Go.
Welcome, everybody, to Painkiller already, number 180, closing in very quickly on 200. I am.
What will we do?
I don't know. What are we going to do for 200?
Hookers
Let's
and
sacrifice
blow.
a
Hookers and blow episode.
Hookers and blow?
Yep.
What if we could probably get like
No faking.
You know, I wish. What if
fake
200
blow.
was the first episode that we hosted somewhere else, and we had such graphic content that it couldn't be on YouTube? What if we had like a Howard Stern type episode where we brought in some hookers and just had a good time? You know, we wouldn't fuck the hookers. I mean, maybe later, but we'd have the hookers do things.
Maybe.
Lefty wouldn't fuck any of the hookers. None of us would fuck hookers. We would just watch them do things.
I need to get spousal approval for some of these ideas here, because I'm picturing
we can do it in a remote.
Lesbian stuff happening behind us while we do the show.
I'm picturing hiring like 2cam whores. I'm sorry if that's like a poor way to put it, but what else do you call those girls who strip on cam?
I believe
money?
cam
I think
whore is
that's
the official title. Yeah.
League of Legends streamers. That's what you
you get a couple of get a couple of those girls. And maybe they go on camera and we talk to them and we play some sort of like a naughty adult game in which they end up naked. And
I don't see how this could go wrong.
So you're squirting the ping ball. You guys can't see it, but she's squirting the ping pong ball out of her vagina, and that's
no. They would see it. No, they would see it.
Oh, we'd have to host it somewhere else.
That's what I was saying. Like that would be the episode where like we host it somewhere else and we're getting ad money. That would be great.
Hey, Mom. I know you watch the show.
Yeah.
Hey,
aren't you proud of how I turned out?
I like to throw ideas out there, okay? Some of them are winners, some of them aren't. This week's, lesbian double cam whore special, maybe that's a miss, but
I don't know. Maybe we could just record instead of like recording the 4 hours where we try to put on a show, we just record perhaps the hour and a half, 2 hours before and after the show, where we're talking about the YouTube business and just laying waste to people in the YouTube realm, and just talking about them, and just record that. And be like, here you go. This is everybody wants to know, what is pre-PKA like?
Oh, just lay out all the shit these guys don't know about other YouTube.
Yeah, we spend like 2 hours bashing everybody who's just these bad people who do bad things, and then we get it all out of our system and we come on here and put on a clean show. Mostly.
Faces will be ripped open with keys.
Oh God. That's not even what we were talking about either.
Like, you guys want to know the things why this person isn't a part of that thing anymore or whatever else. That would be the show for it.
Yeah, there's always a reason.
It would be the.
I just want to get along with everyone, but it's very hard.
Yeah, but Kyle, you say you listen to Stern a lot, but he's not a guy. He's not.
We need to do the sponsor at the start of the show.
Oh, that's right. Sorry, Kyle, who's our sponsor?
Oh, it's FPS Game Clips. Who else could it be? He's an enthusiast. He's a PC gamer, a tech junkie. His channel's focused on tech tips and reviews. He does giveaways, and it's mostly surrounding gaming.
And he's got a great...
They're watching it right now. There's an instructional video on how to sponsor Painkiller already.
Excellent video.
Yes.
Now, what I want to know is the motherboard like the hooker's ass in that...
I don't know.
Is that what it's supposed to be, where he's raining on the motherboard? Like, yes, this is like the hooker thing.
That's a move. I've been in a lot of strip clubs, and I've never seen anybody pull that baller of a move to like really make it rain.
It's that.
You've witnessed this?
No, this looks like a lot of money. Oh, and by the way, he's doing a giveaway at the end of his money video. This is a guy you should sub to.
Absolutely.
I
bet he makes it rain at strip clubs.
What's that?
I bet he makes it rain at strip clubs.
I bet he does.
If he's old enough. If he's old enough to be.
He will one day.
He's got his background on his YouTube channel is a picture of his computer, and he's got 2 GTX Titans.
Nice.
Dual Titans.
Yeah.
Nice. That's better than me.
That looks really nice. I don't know how this guy gets dual Titans, but if you've got an extra one.
Lefty, what are you rocking? A 680?
Yeah, the 4 GB MSI GTX 680.
4 GB 680.
Mm-hmm. Yep. I did a little research, and I've always wanted to mod games, like Fallout, Skyrim, or whatever. And I read that there's Grand Theft Auto was another one. and I read that some of the mods eat up, like the games are only tuned for the maximum of like 2 gigabytes of RAM, but some mods eat through that like it's nothing.
Mm-hmm.
And if you really want the big one, you got to go for the 4 gigabyte 680. Plus, with all the CUDA cores that are in this 680, and since I got Adobe Premiere, it's incredible the render times on 1080 footage with color correction. It's just like boop, and I go work out and I rendered PKA plays in like about an hour of like my workout time. I started the render and I went to go work out. I came back, it was done.
For what it's worth, my observation has been that adding an NVIDIA card with the CUDA cores helps rendering a ton. But switching from the 680 to the Titan, I don't even know if there's a difference. If there is, it's probably like 5% faster or something. It doesn't make a difference. So, do we want a topic or do we want to roll with where we were before? I don't know.
We could talk about PKA plays and how badly I failed. It was just a real fucking disaster. So first of all, let's not talk about the gameplay. I just want to say what happened with it's my first time not only playing the game and with a keyboard and mouse and all that stuff.
Well, you did a little practice.
Oh yeah, a little bit. I played by myself, like in the campaign, but like not much. And it was also my first time using this OBS recording program. And I set it up correctly with Lefty's help the first time, but then you didn't like the microphone I was using, so I swapped mics, but nobody told me to go back into the settings and select the new mic, and it didn't occur to me. So we played the first session, and I didn't record any of my own audio. And then we played the second session, and I was like, yeah, fuck that last one up. Sorry about that. And then I did select the new microphone, but I didn't tweak the levels correctly between the chat and the game volume. So the chat's completely drowned out during every action scene, which is pretty much 80% of the game.
So your own voice is really good, but the rest of us...
No, even my voice really gets covered up pretty well. Everybody.
So the game is booming.
The game is booming, yeah.
I see.
And when I looked at it in the pre-recording, it wasn't an all-out shit fest. There were machine guns going off and zombies screaming. It was just the background music or whatever, like the main menu music. So the mix looked good. It looked like it was at like 20% and we were the other 80%. But when we got in the game, it was ruined. So my footage is ruined for that. But don't worry, because I was really bad at the game. And you really don't even want to see what I was doing.
The safe room was right there.
Here's the thing about that. When I'm such a noob at this game, that the idea of the safe room, I'm sure, is ingrained in in you guys' heads. Like you're like, yeah, the whole point is getting to the safe room. It took me a while to even grasp that concept that it was safe room to safe room. I'm just shooting shit. I'm just running around exploring, looking for health packs and shooting stuff. And I only took one extra health pack, and everybody's acted like I took dozens.
There were no other health packs. That's bullshit, you lie.
I walked into the room, I had like 20 health. I used one, and it got me like to 80, and then I used another to get all the way to 100, which I realize now is...
And then you picked one up, and you put it on your back, and you were set.
I did not pick one up on my back. I just took two, and that was one more than I should have taken. And I didn't know that because, once again, I'm a noob at the game. I thought they were sort of limitless, like that was a goodie room where, like, because the ammo's limitless.
It is,
I thought it was similar.
Yeah. And the guns, I think, are limitless in there, too. We can all take the same gun if we want to. It just stays on the table. I can see why you thought that. It's not that crazy. It was just more fun to fuss at you. And I thought you played fine. We made it. We won both games. Hell, that's a win. That's 2 wins.
Yeah, when you guys would refuse to board the plane at the end so that you could point whore for more stuff. That was
So next time I will record and upload it, but this time I've got one video with like no audio and another video with poor audio, and it's just bad video anyway.
So I had talked about how I was good at Left 4 Dead, like leading up to it, and I actually have a lot of time in Left 4 Dead 1 on Xbox 360, and 80% of that transfers over. But as I watched it, like, okay, there were a couple times, like Kyle got attacked by the witch, right? And then the plan was, Kyle, you startle the witch since your health is low anyway. It's not that big a loss. We'll kill the witch and then I'll heal you. So Kyle does his thing. He goes up to the witch. He startles her. We all kill her. I walk up to Kyle. I heal myself. And I walk away thinking everything's going fine. And Kyle's limping. I don't know what the deal is. I'm skipping into the back of the train safe room. The other three of you are trying to carry him to the end. And it wasn't like when I watched my own footage, I cringed so hard. There's I know Lefty said that there was, but there wasn't. There was no incendiary ammo or red dot sights in Left 4 Dead 1. So those were game mechanics I don't have the same amount of time in. And basically, I'd pick up the incendiary ammo, carry it around, and then put it on the floor and never use it. And it's a new game mechanic to me. But whatever, I played okay.
I had the important, at least for me, was I had a lot of fun. I had a blast, and I talked about it on my show. It's like, when you're recording games with people, when Kyle and Chiz and I, when we're all playing Civ 5, we get kind of quiet, but we know that if we were recording, there's a time you know to turn it on. You know to be on. And there wasn't that for me. It was just I was playing and having an absolute blast.
Dude, I had a blast too. And what I haven't talked about yet is before we started playing, I was grumpy, right? It wasn't my greatest day. It was one of those days where you hit every traffic light and, it was like, all right, PKA's time. And the truth is, I really effing don't want to do this right now, but I will not be the guy that stopped it from happening. You name the game and the time, and I'm there. And within 10 minutes or so, I was pretty psyched. I was enjoying myself very much. And now I'm looking forward to the next session. Lefty, we have anointed you leader. People are. If you missed my Feedback Friday, so this is going up on Saturday. My Feedback Friday is uploading as we speak. I am not leading PKA plays. I refuse to do it. There was a leadership void. I spotted it. It wasn't happening. Games weren't getting chosen, and what I did about it was absolutely nothing. I didn't do it. I didn't pick. Everyone's like Left 4 Dead. Woody's clearly pulling this train. No. I didn't do it.
No, he didn't. I vouched for that.
Okay, so I here's what we'll do. The next PKA plays will be Civilization because that's what everyone wants the most. We're going to come up with a way to make it as fast as possible. One idea I had was doing a map with a big ocean in the middle and building up a navy until like the year, just an arbitrary number we'd pick, like the year 1500 AD, and then we'd begin recording when we kicked off the naval battle. And just whoever won the battle won the game. And, it'd be over fast. We could do 30 minutes and we'd be done.
What else? You name the time and the game and let me know.
Yeah, because the thing about, these games stretch on for hours and hours.
Yeah.
If you're going
13
hours and hours.
Days.
Yeah.
Oh, you had a multi-game game just recently with Chiz and Lefty, right?
Yeah, what's that?
It just wrapped up?
Yeah, Chiz.
How'd that go, Bobby Fischer?
It was a multi-day game with Chiz.
How'd that go, Bobby Fischer of Civilizations?
He beat me with a cultural victory. Which I didn't realize. I didn't know how that game mechanic worked. I didn't know he was that close to that. Basically, he just built enough stuff in secret that the game just ended. It was like, you've lost, and meanwhile, I'm like sitting pretty. I've got like 8 cities, an enormous army. I'm building like the space program. I myself was probably only 10 moves away from like finishing the game. My army was incredible, but meanwhile, Chiz had 2 cities and just focused on culture and beat me.
I was so excited to see that roll because you have actually described yourself as the Bobby Fischer of Civilization.
Of Civ Rev.
Okay.
Totally not the Bobby Fischer of Civilization.
all right. So I'm talking to Chiz, and he's like, I'm going to win. I can't lose. This is a done deal, etc. And I was like, how can you be so sure? And he writes to me in Skype, and I didn't want to, like, play my hand. I didn't want to be a party to whether he won or lost. So I was like, I don't even know Civ well enough to understand what your strategy is, which is not true. I won many cultural revolutions. Like I won that. I know how to do it in Civ Rev anyway. And
it's easier in this game. You basically clear like 4 or 5 tablets of tenants or whatever, and you're done. And then you build one building and you're done. And meanwhile, like I had such an insane army, just dozens of units, lots of tanks and artillery, and it was like a slap in the face. Just really pissed me off. I was like, because the way it does it. It's not like
And the game before that, did Chiz win that one?
no.
Did you win that one?
I'm trying to remember. I think we played a game where it was me, Chiz, and Lefty.
Yeah, there was a nuclear strike, right?
Yeah, I won that kind of by default.
Oh,
They
you won
just-
that, right? Now I remember.
I've won 2 or 3. Lefty's won. How many of you won, Lefty?
Just the one. I won one. I know you and Chiz played another one where you won, and then Chiz won the most recent one you talked about where I was in it originally, and then I got knocked out, and had to leave.
So Kyle has only won 1v1s, none of the true
No.
multiplayer games.
Yeah, but it's looking like he's gonna win the one that we're playing now, where we're just playing, where we're adhering to a one city rule. We all have our one capital
It's
city.
difficult to
and that's it.
tell because Chiz is a liar. Everything you know is the disinformation strategy that he's feeding you.
He's putting up a fight. It's the main holdback in that game militarily is getting your units to the other guy's city. It's like getting them there is such an ordeal.
I build roads to him.
There's a small ocean. They've got to go across like 4 or
okay.
5 hexes of water to hop over to his continent. And right now his city is, I don't think, unless he's much farther ahead in culture than I think he is, he's done for, because there's like 4 tanks on his land and 2 or 3 other units, and he's got 4 infantry units. But I can move so much faster that I'm just gonna dip and dodge until my rockets get there and take him out. He's done. I got Lefty at my western border.
It's strictly border defense.
He
It's
has
strictly
some
border defense.
incredible border defense. It's like 9 artillery units and like 2 or 3 or 4 other mixed units stuck in a band, like a semicircle that's just on the other side of my empire. And I've got I didn't know
Border
how.
defense and ready to attack, they look like roughly the same thing, don't they, Lefty?
Yeah. Well, I found that out the hard way when all of a sudden Chiz starts amassing troops on my border in the other game that I won, and Kyle does the same thing. And I asked him, what are you guys doing? Oh, border defense, border defense. And then before I know it, both of them declare war on me at the exact same time, and I had to go nuclear.
Yeah, it's never border defense is always like an amassing of troops until a push. It's more like a troop assortment before attack. You want to get the infantry guys in front and maybe some cavalry in
And
the
then
back
you nuke
and
their asses,
artillery.
right, Lefty?
Yeah, but Kyle's got nukes this time too, so I got.
Yeah, that's what's holding Lefty off. Lefty's got that big army, but I've got 3 nukes in my city that can hit him like back to back to back. I can take the whole army in one
If I
turn.
get in fast enough, close enough to his city before he can launch his nuclear missiles, I could force him into an area where he'd have to nuke himself in order to get my guys, because I don't think he can nuke my capital.
See, with this kind of talk, I'm starting to think preemptive strike, Lefty. I'm starting to think maybe I turn. You remember that footage from the first Gulf War when it's like a graveyard of tanks where we just kept flying A-10 Warthogs over and killed all the machinery the Iraqis have? I'm gonna do that if I see anything twitch over there in the Western Front.
Well, maybe I can just move my guys west and help Chiz out in his conflict.
Well, I don't
repel
think
your forces.
You might actually be able to do that, but it would take you a long time to get there, and I can send a bomber all the way to your city with a nuke. Like, you're within bomber range, I think.
Civ talk. I'm amused.
Oh, Woody hates civilization so much.
Surprisingly,
Like, he's the civilization Grinch.
It's not true. I played a
He's
lot
wanting
of
to
Civ.
sneak in,
I started
take
playing
it out of
Civ
my
in the
PC.
90s. The one thing I have for Civ now is I don't really have the time for it. You know, I've got stuff to do. While you guys were playing Civ, I was making Feedback Friday. While you guys are playing Civ, I'm working on the greatest prison server the world has ever seen thus far and forevermore. It really is going to be the greatest the world's ever seen. Working. I've been pulling night shifts lately. Like, typically what I do is I go to bed at midnight and I wake up at like 2 or 3, and then I start working with my Australian sysadmin, and then that goes until whatever. And anyway, yeah. So I've just been working big hours lately, and no time for Civ. That's all. That's why I need a shorter game.
Yeah, which is why if I'm the conductor or if Kyle and I are the conductors on the PKA Plays thing, Chiz by way of skimping on work has a lot of time on his hands, a little bit more time on his hands than you perhaps.
I had to say that I don't sign off on the chiz skimping work thing. I can't co-sign. I talk.
That's between you and him. That's not us. That's an employer-employee thing that you guys got to hammer out.
I know Chiz played some Civ today, but he also finished the entire cell list for the prison server, and he's also there with me at night a lot of times when I'm working with Zero.
Well, I don't know if he played. He tried.
So yeah. The whole thing about Civ.
I just got back. Let me take care of all of your orders.
Okay. She says she's. I've been putting orders in by text while she was out.
Better be on China.
It's 10 o'clock at night. She's reopening the kitchen for me. Anyway, yeah. So Civ's working away, or Chiz is working away. Not
like
just Civ.
Kyle, Chiz, and I could record us playing Civilization, but to actually make it PKA plays, that might be a bit hard because, like Woody's been saying, you're working a lot, and to be like, the game we did today has been moving remarkably fast, faster than probably any other game.
Yeah, the single city thing helped.
But wait, how many hours in are you? Like 8?
Like 5. Like 5 or 6.
It's a long video.
Yeah, they're very long. But
And
like
it's
I
not
said,
done. It's 5 or 6 hours. It might go 8 or 10.
yeah. But that's why I was saying we could do some new other scenario where we built our civilization for say an hour and then we fought for until it was over.
Well,
If we can find a scenario where we start with civilizations already in the industrial era, and we go from there,
yeah, totally can. You can click that button and do it.
then-
We could do the
whatever.
steampunk version where we start off with like a half a dozen units and they're all funky and crazy.
you name the time and the game, and I'll backpack you again.
I'm really enjoying my little introduction into PC gaming. For some reason, I thought mods were much more complicated than they are. I thought that applying a mod to a game might be as complicated as actually creating a mod, and now I see that you just click a button and you got it. And that's making games so much more enjoyable. I was telling Lefty, I now think that PCs are they're so superior to consoles that they're not even on the same playing field. PCs are to consoles as consoles are to like Nintendo DS's, like handhelds. Like it's not even they're not on the same playing field. The things that I can do, the way Fallout looks on my machine, no, it's not even close. All the options and the Jesus Christ, I can make my weapon in Left 4 Dead look like something from Lord of the Rings if I want.
Most importantly, you can make Zoe naked. That's really what it's all about.
That's terrible.
It's
That's the dirty side of mods. The ones where
it's glorious. That's what it is. Make no
There's
mistake.
full sex conversion mods and stuff like that. It's just really like, and people devote time to it, and it's like, check out the AI, and you'll just walk in on these two people in the Fallout New Vegas, and they'll be fucking, and it's like, you spent that much time on a full sex conversion mod?
Well, I kind of like it that at the Gomorrah and like the places where there are like prostitutes and strippers and stuff, they should be topless at least for it to be like realistic. It doesn't make any sense for like the Gomorrah, this like den of sin, to not have any sex or any nudity going on. So I can understand it there, but when they're like, I want my companion or my follower to be like Tits McGee over here, like that's silly to me. I don't want that necessarily. I care more about how good she is with a sniper rifle than what her tits look like. She's a video game.
Name the time, the place. I'm on it. If you guys have any suggestions or ideas on how to make it better, tell Lefty and Kyle. Cause
I like the straw polls on the PK subreddit. That does give us a good, like a direction, because I don't want to be too heavy on first person stuff.
Yep.
But at the same time, there are a lot of first person games that kind of lend themselves to what we're doing. Be it Gary's Mod, Borderlands, Payday 2. Left 4 Dead, like we talked about.
I'd like to mix it up too. I would be up for doing some sort of a like a board game, like an
I
old
threw
school
out
game.
Cards. Is it Cards Against Humanity? Is that how it's said?
Yeah, Cards Against Humanity. That could be fun.
It's short.
I said Jeopardy. I bet there's a version of Jeopardy that we could play and use our mice as buzzers and play fucking Jeopardy.
I'm psyched because I had such a good time. I'm psyched because I walked into it grumpy and I left really happy and excited. And I'd like to have that all the time. I think we should do 2 videos a week. PKA plays.
Yeah, I'm up for that. Yeah, it didn't take long
Alright.
to do it.
And I know a lot of people are enjoying them, and that's great. And but we're, shit. Now I'm really like, there's pressure now.
Yeah. If it doesn't happen,
Oh, there's no pressure.
No. Well, I mean, just it's game selection, because if I choose the wrong, or
that's
we
right.
choose the wrong game, You know, oh, this is
If you
the
choose
third
the
time
wrong
they've done a
game, or it
first-person
doesn't happen on time, or something falls through, tweet me at LeftyOx.
It's like Woody
Yes,
said.
exactly that. Tweet at LeftyDucks all of your
It's
at
like Woody
Lefty
said
Ducks.
earlier, though. I don't think it's going to be hard to pick the first 3 or 4 or 5 or
Right.
6 games. It might be hard to pick the ninth and 10th game, but for the time being, it's a while before we start getting to like finding some weird indie game or something. Like we can totally, there's tons of games we can jump in that are a bunch of different variety games. I would play StarCraft.
Oh God, is StarCraft good to watch when you don't know anything? Like look, I know you need to have Zerg's mining or something, and then those mines help you, and you have to figure out whether you want to concentrate on military or strength and economy, and then you can, and once you invest in your economy, you can go to military. There's some game fundamentals because I've watched it here and there. I have never clicked on StarCraft before.
I haven't either. I
People
will
wanna
literally
see
play
that?
anything. I would get into, I don't think it necessarily should be like some feat of strength video that we're making, like we're gonna crush Left 4 Dead on impossible mode. Like it'd be more fun to be like, all right, so none of us ever played a race car game, but here we go, and us just like playing bumper cars on Forza or something. Like as long as we're playing a game and having a good time, I think that's all that matters.
I could see that. I could see
Because
that.
with the YouTube landscape is that there's a specialist for every game. There's
Yeah.
guys who make Civilization videos at a top tier play level, and we're not trying to compete with them. Just trying to have a good time.
You know,
playing some-
so Lefty, I don't watch a ton of YouTube videos right now. And I go in and out, right? Sometimes I get totally invested in them, and sometimes I don't. But in terms of the gaming space, I kind of feel like the videos of 2011 and 12 are just like that. The idea of talking over a game for 7 minutes is done, like donezo, right? Like that.
Is
No?
that being like the marquee for? Because I got in because of Hutch, and Hutch was the guy that you would go to, and you'd watch the gameplay, and you would listen to him talk about things, just talk about things, right? And that I think that's what you're kind of
Right.
hinting at. That's not like a marquee thing anymore. I think there's still a place for it, but I don't think it's like, oh man, I gotta check out this guy's daily commentaries.
I feel like in YouTube now, you have either like 30 to 90 seconds or go like 15 minutes plus. And that's a popular kind of content. That long form, so to sit down, get comfortable, enjoy your time on this video. Like I watched our own PKA plays. I watched each of them 2 or 3 times. Like I thought they were fun. And my wife made fun of me for watching them.
Oh, and I just want to point out, at the point in the game where I was complaining because I said that they were surrounding me, I have the footage. I'm going to go back and get the screenshot and put some fucking, like, some letters on that and some arrows that point out completely fucking surrounded and draw a circle around the zombies' heads. Because literally what happened is that the thing with the tongue... that
Describe
wraps
which
around your
map it was.
It was like industrial. It felt like, I don't remember.
Were you headed towards a train car? Or were
I
you
honestly-
headed towards a room?
I don't. It feels like I was out in like a train yard, maybe.
Okay, because there were 2 times. There was one time when I rescued you, and you were legit. You were being smokered, and there were like 15 guys on you or something. And
That may be what we're talking about
But
because
the time Chiz was talking about, and I don't believe Chiz made it up. Like he wouldn't do that. It's not how he's wired. I believe maybe you finished them, or I don't know. But you said you were surrounded. And there's literally...
well, with the katana, you can kill like 5 at a time sometimes.
Uh-huh.
And I think by the time he looked in that instance, maybe I had done one of those moves where I sliced everybody behind me. My downfall, it seemed to me, besides being really, I want to say rusty, but that's not the word. Just not good with the keyboard and mouse at like navigating and moving and stuff. And not really knowing what I'm supposed to be doing other than shooting zombies, was that it seemed like I would be sprinting along and I would get hit in the back, and that completely slows you down.
Right.
And then there would just be multiple hits in the back, and it's just I feel like I'm getting bogged down, and when I turn around, I'm not good enough with the keyboard and mouse to like get them all off of me, then turn around and continue on my way fast enough.
Yeah. What you need to do is zip around in really fast. There's even a keystroke for 180-degree turnaround, which on Xbox I used it all the time. On PC I don't. But you can zip around 180 degrees, then you have to melee them, and it pushes them away. And from there, you can either melee again or shoot or something like that. That's the mechanic that you need to get your arms around, if you were to care to keep playing. I think the next game will be something different.
Yeah, that's the thing. Yeah, I think the next game's gonna be Civ. I guess we'll get it like some scenario that'll take under an hour.
We might consider. Well, actually, I just had two ideas, but one I was going to say we might consider playing cheap games, like something that's not current anymore, but going for $5.
Oh yeah, definitely.
People might want to play.
I'm up for a weird, complete variety of games.
And then we might consider a sponsored game, like not any sponsored game. If it doesn't fit, it doesn't fit. But if someone wants to pay us to play their game, dude, welcome to Painkiller already. Make it rain, bitch.
Ubisoft, that would want to pay us to play Watch Dogs multiplayer, if there is such a thing.
Yeah, that would be. I think that would be an expensive sponsor if we came on and played your game. That would get up into the $50,000 range.
50, 70, 250. They're all expensive sponsors.
Yeah, it would because that would get you 2 full videos on multiple channels. You're going to get 125
hours of gameplay.
Yeah, you're going to get about 200,000 impressions maybe of your game, and get that whole army of fucknards. They'll all buy it.
Think about what that would cost you to get on television, and then think about how much more targeted the demographic is people watching games on YouTube.
Yeah, absolutely. It would be the best advertising. If I had a game that we could play on the PC, I would totally be like, let's play my game. I'll give you guys $500 a piece.
Speaking of which, our new prison server comes out on Thursday.
Yeah. We are going to play Minecraft at some point, and everybody needs to wrap their heads around that. And I think we need to be enforcing that episode after episode. That like the 5th video probably is going to be Minecraft, and just know it's coming on the 5th video.
Yeah, I don't know what it is.
Minecraft,
something that fits. It occurred to me we could play survival games too, which it breaks into like 18-minute sections. It's simple to play. It's teaming a lot. And I don't know. It's on WoodyCraft.
Is there a way that I could like have just like a bow or something, and I could stand in one place and click the mouse?
No, but what does happen is the way to succeed in survival games is that, like, maybe you've got an extra chest armor and I've got an extra sword, and we trade pieces, and now we're both better for it. And you don't betray each other, just like the Hunger Games movie, until the very end. Like, all right, now there's 4 of us. Fuck you. We're no longer friends.
I see. Yeah, that would be interesting. But yeah, 5th video is going to be Minecraft, so get your heads wrapped around it. I think 3rd video, I'd be up for Payday maybe, or Borderlands. I really want to play Borderlands for some reason.
If we pay Borderlands, that's a commitment though, because Borderlands.
It's long.
I saw Woody running it down. It's long, and there's a lot of fetch questing.
You can't play.
That come back.
There's not like chapters that we could like be like, yeah, let's play chapter 9, episode 2.
We could pick an appropriate quest, but you'd also need to know that you're going to put like 14 hours into the game.
What? There's not
a good quest. Well, I mean, the first quest might not be interesting to people.
Well, that's. I thought maybe it would be like Call of Duty, where like you can go in and select a mission and be like, yeah, let's play the finale mission.
No, not really. I mean, you might be able to, but you'd have to beat the game.
Because Left 4 Dead's like that as well. Like you can go in and you could set up a game at any level of the game at any time.
I secretly wanted to play Civ, even though I didn't choose any time or game, just because people were fussing at me for being a Civ dodger, when that wasn't really I wasn't being a Civ dodger. What I was doing was shirking all leadership responsibility because I've got enough of that.
If we don't play a game you like, it doesn't mean that PKA Plays is going to. I don't mean you, Woody. I mean, if you're watching this and you don't like a game that we're playing, and that's totally cool, but don't make the mistake of thinking that this is going. PKA Plays Left 4 Dead forever, or PKA Plays Civilization.
No, it's the complete opposite.
Right, we're gonna try to play games that interest us and interest you at the same time.
And I think they'll vary in length too. Like these last 2 episodes were what, like 45 minutes each or something.
Mm-hmm. I split mine up, but Woody uploaded straight away.
Okay, yeah, so and
50 minutes, I think, respectively.
Yeah, so you're getting. I think some of the videos may end up being much longer though. Like I could totally see us if we got into something that had a campaign mode and a story that we were going along. Mm-hmm. I could see sitting there for 3 or 4 hours.
What was I gonna say?
Could do Black Ops Zombies. Could play some zombies.
Yeah.
Would we do that on console or on PC?
We could do it on PC. There's zombie mods for World at War. There's different zombie mod maps and stuff.
I'm gonna be practicing.
Kyle, are you seeing this?
No, I'm not actually.
All right, we have sugar-covered strawberries, which are awesome, and hot tea.
Yes.
So not slipping.
Oh. I demand
So-
a trial by combat, Kyle.
Game
So
of Thrones
she's
reference.
So she's trying to give you.
Civilizations 5. Hope will play in my steed.
So she's trying to give you type 2 diabetes, so you'll lose your feet and have to
What'd he
work
say?
there forever.
Listen, can you repeat that for her?
So Jackie is trying to give Woody type 2 diabetes with that snack, so that he'll lose one of his feet and have to work there at that station forever.
I think he's dodging the Civ challenge.
Oh, I accept the Civ
I
challenge. I
heard
will
that he
play.
got
I will play
smacked around
anyone. No,
recently.
no.
He
I,
has been smacked around recently.
He has. I thought he was supposed to be the civilization
The
champion.
Bobby Fischer of civilizations, I had heard.
Revolution, yeah, the Xbox version. But
The guy that you go
I don't know.
to for all civilization questions, right?
I'm closing in on about 90 something hours of playtime, I would say now, 80, 90, and I think I'm fairly decent at the game, especially the early stages, because I play that a lot. I don't
Okay.
go to very lengthy games, but I'd be happy to play Hope for your honor.
I think she might school you in some things.
I think she would.
I think she would. She's got a lot more time in it than me. I bet she has a more in-depth knowledge of especially the later game.
He's playing nice.
He is, right?
Yeah, she's gonna be talking smack.
Yeah, we should record that.
Yes.
That's okay, because I think Chiz and Lefty have like an advantage over me because we've played we played dozens of hours together and we kind of know how we each play. But I think I'll be able to take many of the tactics and little secret things that I've learned from playing with these two that may not work against them anymore and just really put them to my advantage against Hope.
No?
Hope he's going to spend a lot of time building up a gigantic army. So you're going to want to stack defense or go for a quick culture victory if you can get it. Because
Thank
pretty
you,
much
Lefty.
pretty much as soon as he gets his civilization established, as soon as he gets a couple cities, he's just going to start cranking out military units. So be on the lookout for
that's
that.
like-
And properly situate your cities for defense,
Or a sprint toward the nuke.
or sprint towards the nuke. Just go.
That's how
I
Lefty
will say
kicked his
this,
butt.
There's only been one game where I got beaten, where anyone was ahead of me in technology, and it's the game that Lefty won. And I honestly don't know how it happened. but
Also
Lefty-
known as one of the many games you lost.
No, well, it's I've lost a couple games. I forfeited that game actually because Lefty had grown
Isn't that the same as losing?
far too powerful. Lefty had a monstrous empire, and both Chiz and I were pretty pathetic, and we just forfeited that game.
What is it called in chess when you
that's
do
the
that?
only time that I've lost in science, though.
Lose.
No, it's like you tip over your king. There's a term for it, right?
Lose.
Checkmate.
No.
it's-
Oh.
Give up. Surrender.
No, I forget. I'm sure someone out there knows.
Yeah,
Leave
yeah,
it in the
it's
chat.
I'm sure they will.
So,
Resign. I resigned.
is that what it is? Probably
I
is
think
that.
so.
It sounds
yeah,
right.
resign is the word.
Yeah, I resigned that match, and Lefty also resigned a match.
It's getting he just.
But I would be more than happy to play Hope anytime. We played him I can't play tomorrow. Tomorrow night maybe. Anytime.
Or it might
So,
be a little
yeah,
ways
I'm
out. Like her summer starts what?
She's got to study for finals.
Until
June 10th, she gets out.
oh, that's like a
Alright.
month from now. Oh boy, Kyle's gonna be a Civ superhero in a month. We
I've
might
got
have to
a tour-
prioritize this over finals.
We might have-
We're a gamer household. Sorry, chemistry.
yeah.
Ask her
maybe
if she
outside
knows
of-
what the score means. We don't even there's like
No, we don't know.
there's a numerical value assigned to your score next to your name in these multiplayer games, and it's if you're at 1,000, you're pretty deep into the game. If you have 1,000 points, and I consistently am ahead in that. Like if we were just going for points, something about the way I build my cities and structure things, I'm always way ahead. But we don't know what that number even means. We don't know how it's determined. It's not unit size because I'll go from like a very small army to an enormous army, and it'll barely change.
Yeah, it's some sort of measure of how well you're doing, but I don't know how it's calculated.
Yeah.
And that's
I'm
what you're
sure
getting at.
someone knows.
Yes.
Hope knows.
Oh yeah, I'm
She's
sure.
all happy from her dance.
It's
Can you tell us more? Tell us what you can tell us. How did the dance go?
Very well. Everybody liked Jack.
Well, Jack's awesome.
Yes, and they danced.
For a teenage boy. I'm no sucker.
Yeah.
Yes. Don't think Woody a fool, but among teenage boys, he's as good as it gets.
They all danced. They had a good time. She won a jar of candy with Snickers in it
Ooh.
Where is this jar?
downstairs.
Good
Mini
to know.
Snickers?
Put it in the fridge.
I told her that those Snickers were for you, and she said no.
Were they the mini Snickers?
Yes.
How many do you have?
I have no idea. I didn't look in the
Do you have any vanilla ice cream in the house?
Butter
I
pecan,
have
maybe?
butter pecan. I would have given you
Yeah,
ice
so
cream.
what you want to do,
You
what you want to do is put
requested
those
ice cream.
Snickers, throw those Snickers in the blender and puree them a little bit, and then separate that, then throw that ice cream in there, mix that up a little bit, and then mix in the Snicker bits.
Wait a minute. I was giving him diabetes with strawberries, but not the Snickers puree. You requested this.
I
have
did.
the
You went a
text
little
message.
heavy on the sugar.
You said there's no such thing as too much sugar. As did the boy over there who said there's not enough sugar in sweet tea anywhere on the planet.
Wow.
And I gave up sugar.
You did.
Week 2.
Week
I
2
love,
of no sugar.
I love
Sundays.
getting Jackie going about this. She takes
Oh,
this
I'm
so
so
seriously, and that's what makes her. That's why she's so good, because she's taking that sugar and those strawberries super seriously.
I'm so going to Georgia. I go places. I don't need you to come with me.
She does. She's learned to drive in the last
and I know,
like 5
I know
years.
the combo of the safe.
Of Kyle's safe?
No, if you're safe.
Yes. Oh God, you don't want to do. That's not the fight you pick with him.
I'm freaking Jack.
Oh yeah,
You
that's.
should have stuck with Stiff Ref.
Jack has an attack dog too, or
A
Kyle
small
has an
arms
attack dog too.
Yeah, small arms battle may not be the best route for you.
Yeah, no, dog fighting though. I think we have a chance.
How big is
I don't
this
know.
dog?
My dog's more of a killer.
But we have two. We have two big dogs. You have
We
one.
got
Yeah,
amateur
you do.
Michael Vicks over here. What are we doing?
You do.
Yeah,
Start
we're dog
strangling
fighting
them now
at
if
this
they
point.
win.
Yeah.
What if I put the Kevlar vest on my dog to even the score with the 2v1?
No, ballistic vests are bullshit.
What if he had the titanium teeth?
There's no dog fight boosting in this.
Like I sharpened
Yeah.
his teeth, very sharp. Well, I wouldn't because he'd bite me, but someone else would.
Wait, he bites Kyle?
Oh, I'm terrified of that dog. He's a real
Yeah.
menace.
Kyle's dog
That-
doesn't like it.
That dog, like I was standing by the fence the other day, and he's like just standing there barking at me for a solid 5 minutes, like really loud, angry, ferocious barks. And like if I like jiggle the chain link fence, he's like trying to snip my fingers off as they stick through it.
Is he still not fixed?
No, he's still got the balls.
Only because
That
of
might
you.
be your problem.
Yeah, dude. If it was me, it'd be like, all right, we're not friends anymore. The balls are gonna go. We're gonna give that a shot.
I'm totally up for it at this point. I might take them off. But there was I'm considering giving it away to somebody. It's not my fucking dog anymore. But I think it needs to be given away to somebody who could spend more time with it, because it's totally turned against me. It's scary. I've never seen a dog do that. Like I've grown up with literally over a dozen dogs. Like I've known like 18 or 19 dogs because they always got abandoned on my where my parents lived, and my dad always took them in. Never seen a dog like this. He's a real cocksucker.
The neighbor's dog that went crazy?
Which neighbor's dog went crazy?
Christine's? That lab that went crazy?
No.
You don't remember the chocolate? The
Can you
black
give me
lab?
more hints than this? Than just.
It was a puppy. They got it, and as it got older and older.
Oh
it started
yeah.
attacking.
They attack their kids a lot.
Yes. Oops.
Yeah, our dogs. Their hobby is more attacking neighbors.
Wait. I have more duties to perform.
Did Hope just text you with something she
No,
needs?
it's my 10:30 alarm.
What happens at 10:30?
Usually I put the kids to bed.
Is that the alarm is for?
Yeah, but I've got Hope and Jack downstairs with Colin babysitting, and we all know Colin is not a good babysitter.
He's not bad.
He just tells you what they do.
He's the most handsy one down there. He'll be
He
all
is.
over him.
He is all over him.
Yeah. Well, yeah, that's a teenage boy down there. Go.
I will.
All right.
Don't let Kyle pick on me anymore.
I would never.
I won't either. Don't worry
Okay,
about
thank
it.
you, Lefty.
I love. She's so professional at what she does that if you chip away at it a little, it's great to like get her goat and watch her get angry.
Sometimes I have a hard time evaluating this stuff because I'm biased. I'm quite fond of Jackie, but her coming by PKA is one of my favorite segments.
I like it because I like teasing her about this stuff because I feel like she's actually worried about it. She's like, can't believe he's made. Did I put too much sugar?
I know, right?
Right now, she's like, Woody did say I put too much sugar. Nah, he was kidding. He kids like that. It was just for the show. Maybe I put too much sugar.
Dude, I complained about how well done my steak was. Hold on, let me see. Can you show the fork? She'll be back.
Yeah,
She'll come back
I've
with the fork.
there may be some people who don't understand, but Jackie is a professional wife and mother to a level I've never seen or experienced before, and it's awesome. Like I remembered the Post-its on the mirror that were all like words of affirmation and like goals for the family to all reach that day. Everybody had things that they needed to be focusing on and keeping in the backs of their minds, and she was keeping the whole family mentally focused. But she's also feeding everybody and handling all the bills and the economy of the household. All the money that comes in and goes out.
Mm-hmm.
She's taking care of the both of the kids. Whenever they need something, the homeschooling and the pets. Woody, how much is your dog food?
I don't know.
What brand is it?
It's expensive.
But you don't know the brand.
Right. Well, I don't handle that.
Exactly.
No,
How much is your water bill?
I don't know how much my water
Exactly. Like if I bet you couldn't get within $50 of what your water bill actually is a month.
Let's play this game. She's here. I don't even know if she knows. But,
Where's the nearest dry cleaner?
Oh, that I do know.
Oh, that's shocking.
I could. Well, it's near the pizza place. How much? Wait, Is the water bill $120 a month?
It's water and electric together.
Oh, so yeah, I didn't know that. Kyle was just like. He was
I was
complimenting
singing her
you.
praises.
So what is this that we have here?
Instafork.
The Instafork. She just bought this so she could do her job better. Is this some sort of professional grade temperature fork thing?
That looks like a cattle prod.
So does it determine the temperature of like various meats and tell you that it's good on the inside?
Yeah. So you pick what you want.
Oh.
Rare. You put it in, and it should tell you instantly that it's rare.
So beef, lamb, pork. Okay, that's cool.
That's
Interesting.
It's
I would like it
grilled.
if I would like one that was just for steak that told me when it's medium rare.
Oh, that's you again.
It's me again?
I didn't clear out the text message.
All right. Yeah, anyway.
Keep it alone.
By the way, but before I go any further, let me ask: how do you guys eat your steak?
Medium rare.
Yeah.
Lefty?
Medium or medium well.
I'm even trending towards rare.
I am as well, and
Yeah.
I've got to say, when people order like a steak well done,
You politely ask them to leave.
Man, it's just a real. I feel like it's like you just asked them to ruin what's a pretty, nice cut of meat. Especially if you're at a nice restaurant, it's like we have this special grass-fed organic beef that we flew in for you, sir, and you're like, burn the shit out of it. It's just I like it. I like it medium rare. I could go medium, right in between like medium well and.
Keep them in here.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
I'm with you
medium
too.
rare.
I feel like it just it just becomes that my favorite parts are why are you poking me?
It's just I was just seeing if you're done yet.
Take his temperature with the see if he's done yet.
See if you're a turkey, a chicken.
It looked like like a stun gun at first.
Oh yeah, so I used to do medium rare all the time, and it just got to be like, if you're gonna make a mistake towards one direction or the other, you make a mistake towards rare. It's better.
Tell them how you eat it wrong.
Let me ask you this. Jackie claims that. So what happens is she'll serve like steak, like maybe green beans and mushrooms and a baked potato. I don't always eat the steak first. And she claims that the steak is still cooking while I'm eating my potato and that it's my fault it's overdone. Does that
No.
sound right?
It continues to cook for like a few seconds after she takes it off the grill or the pan or whatever. But no, not on your plate. It might cool down and
Yeah, she
might
acts
not
like
be
it's
as
cooking for
good.
the next 20 minutes.
Nah, if it's something like I'm imagining if it were some enormous animal, like you roasted a pig, maybe. But I don't think it's continuing to cook.
Yeah, it's
on
not
your
holding a
plate.
lot of heat in it, I don't think.
No, you can totally pinch it with your finger.
If anyone watching this is some sort of steak cooking savant or just a chef, then let me know if her theory holds water or not. I think that it's not cooking on.
It's
the
hard to
plate.
cook a steak properly. Like
She was nailing it. Like week. I usually have steak once a week. Not this week for some reason.
How does she cook it? Like, what does she use? oven?
I think she does it in the oven at first, and then she puts it in an iron pan and just like singes the outside. And
That's all.
seasons.
She's definitely doing a great job. You've got to have some kind of an oven going on because it needs to be cooked evenly from both sides. It needs to be it needs to be crazy hot. That's why, like at Morton's and stuff, they've got that crazy huge hot oven that's hundreds and hundreds. It's more than like 400 or 500. It's like 700 or 800 degrees or something, and it's scorching the meat. It's awesome.
I didn't know that. I'm down to go to another. Like, dude, we should go on a trip. Oh, Kyle, you need to make that thing happen where we shoot pigs from helicopters.
Let me work on that. That's a great time. That's a real massacre.
Mm-hmm.
Pigs are like cockroaches in Texas. I mean, they're a non-indigenous species that is really wreaking havoc, not only with property damage and spread of disease and parasites, but they also like hurt the species that are indigenous to the area. Even they attack pets, they attack dogs. They're a real menace, and they have tusks and they're sharp and they're big, and they multiply at a rate that's similar to rabbits. And so the state
Sounds
of
like they
Texas
need killing.
yeah, the state of Texas said, and keep in mind it's Texas. They're like, fuck hogs. And they're like, do whatever you got to do. So they've legalized.
I believe that was the legalese that went into the law that was passed.
Yeah, totally. Fuck
Down in
hogs.
Texas,
Fuck hogs.
'em.
FAWK. Hogs. Do what you got to
Yeah.
do.
Fuck them. So you can get in a damn helicopter, and there are like tours. Vertex is one of them. It's VERTEX. Vertex helicopter tours or Vertex hog hunting tours out in Texas, and they take you up in a Robinson 22, an R-22 chopper, the most dangerous helicopter in the world, statistically speaking, and the fact that there's so many in operation is part of that statistic. But there are really flimsy, fragile helicopters, and they have a lot of accidents. But the guys at Vertex have a really good fucking pilot. And that guy was literally flying me at the same speed as the hog. The helicopter is flying sideways with my door pursuing the hog. So the hog is stationary from my point of view because I'm matching his speed and direction, and I've got the perfect shooting angle, and I've got an assault rifle because you can use whatever you want. I've got
That's
like
the
an ACR.
perfect gun for hog.
Yeah, like an
massacre.
ACR with a beta mag, 100 rounds, super accurate. Like it's a destruction machine. It's as many rounds as a light machine gun, but it's in my ACR. And dude, it's child's play shooting them. It's shooting, not hunting. It's extermination. You know, it's a great fucking time.
That should be
Massacre.
the PKA survival trip, like holdover. We'll do that in the summer. Come fall, we'll grab Lozon after a fight, and we'll try and live off the woods.
Yeah, we've got to somehow like keep that one under the radar because
Dude,
my girlfriend
PKA's
wouldn't
getting
approve
shit
of that
done
shit.
now, man. Like, I think it's kind of cool. PKA's is coming. We're going to do the hog thing. We're going to do another survival trip. Like, it's more than just a weekly podcast,
Yeah, we're gonna have some fun.
which is going to be awesome.
You know what would be super hardcore is if we like wounded one of the pigs and then fought it with a weapon, or we arranged a scenario in which we could fight a pig with a weapon. I want to do it, and if you're not interested, I will do it if there's any way we can possibly make it happen. I want to fight it with a lance though. I want to buy like a nice lance, like what Jaime Lannister's would have if he had a lance. I want that.
Trying to think of which weapon I would use for hand-to-hand combat against a pig. Like, maybe
Well,
just...
if it was a weapon, it wouldn't be hand-to-hand combat.
So what you want is something that's heavy because they're really tough. There's a lot of bone, their skin's thick, and there's a lot of hair on like the big boars. And so like if you sliced it with a katana, I don't think at like a forward-facing angle you would cut that deeply. You'd probably just cut its face and make it really angry.
I disagree with Lefty. I think, for example, sword fighting is hand-to-hand combat. And if I were to bring a spear, then that would count.
I think it's armed combat, but I think when it's man versus animal, you kind of the animal kind of has its own tools. Like those pigs have tusks and lots of bacteria in their mouth. If he hooks you, you could die. If he could disembowel you if you let him get close enough.
Mm-hmm.
and you end up septic, and it could easily be like a coin flip thing if you survive this whole pig hunting experience if one got you right.
So maybe I'm looking for hand-to-hand combat, not so much with a hog, but a piglet. Right? Me versus Charlotte.
Is there a veal form of pork? Is there like a pork like corollary to veal where you could just kill a baby that hasn't done?
Yeah,
I'm
gonna be honest. I've shot some of the piglets before too. We were we were on a different pig hunting trip, and it was the kind where you bait them in and you kind of hide in like a shack, but the shack was full of mosquitoes, so we just sat in lawn chairs in the top of a field. And you can use lights on these things, and with animals, if you shine a light in their eyes, it reflects back with light. And you just kind of shine a red light down there, which they can't even see every now and then. And when it reflects back, you're like, all right, everybody prop up, get ready, lock and load. I'm going to hit them with a big white light, and then we open fire. And that's how it goes. And it would be like, a mama pig or two and like 9 babies and like a boar, and we just unload on them with like high-powered military type stuff. It was great.
How long have we been recording?
55 minutes.
All right, 5 more minutes. Sorry.
So what?
I'm going to swatch out the ads after an hour.
Oh, I got it. Gotcha. Yeah.
So
yeah, that would be a cool adventure trip. I would definitely be up for that.
I'm psyched about where PKA is going. I like the adventure trips. That'll be the second one. I like the PKA plays. Of course, the podcast still exists, and maybe we'll branch out and do something more. Maybe there'll be a whole PKA Industries where we do stuff.
Yeah,
maybe like actual professional hosting on like
I'm
iTunes
gonna
or something, and
I'm gonna see if I can get that Vertex trip possibly sponsored. So we may need to call on the PKA audience and the PKA subreddit to help us prove to a sponsor that we are worthy of their money, because it costs a few $100s an hour, if I remember correctly, to rent that helicopter and the time. It's affordable, but it's affordable if you think of it as like what we're doing is like a real vacation. Like the whole point of going is doing this thing.
Yeah, to some people, I imagine, and I hope this doesn't sound countryist. I don't even know what I'm about to head towards, but like I imagine some guy from the UK thinking of slaughtering these hogs being like, "Oh my God, this is barbaric activity." But I promise you, there's some guy in Texas who considers it his dream vacation, right? Who's like,
yeah.
Really?
Oh, dude, I've met that guy. I've met that guy. So, did you have something you wanted to get to?
I was just
or
going to
can I
rant
tell
on
the
that a
story?
little longer. I did a thing with Gamma Labs where I was in a helicopter and I was like firing a minigun out the side, and we fired an M60 with incendiary rounds in a car, and it was just like, if you're a gun guy, this is your dream experience, right? This is the coolest thing in the world. And this I'm kind of a gun guy. I think shooting. I've never shot anything except for that one squirrel story with a gun before, except paper and steel targets and stuff. Shooting a pig from a flying helicopter sounds like a memory that, like, on my deathbed, I'll be like, yeah.
And the best
cool.
part is, it's all recorded on like multiple GoPros they mount to the chopper. So like of course we want to film this thing, but they're already handling all the filming for us. Like I think they even offer to like edit a video together for you. Like that may be part of their service. So it's gonna work out well.
That sounds like a fit. They should totally sponsor PKA Adventures. PKA Adventures is the thing we should keep saying. PKA Podcast, PKA Plays, and PKA Adventures, baby.
I'll have someone text them tomorrow. I know someone who spoke to them a week ago.
Next
So
up, the
I'll
PKA
get the ball
network.
rolling on that. Lefty, would you be interested in going on a pig killing adventure?
I'd have to think about it. You said it was one of the most dangerous and least safe helicopters in the world, right? That's what I remember from the last time you guys brought this up.
Yeah, statistically it is. Like for the more crashes, if there are more R-22 crashes than there are any other crashes, but I think that's because there are so many of them. I think it is a little bit more dangerous. It's more of a squirrely helicopter that's.
And, I have a theory on it too. It's an inexpensive helicopter, and I think there's a lot of starter pilots using them.
Mm-hmm. I've seen them piloted by poor pilots, and I've seen them piloted by excellent pilots. And there is a visible difference that a complete amateur to this whole helicopter thing can clearly see. Like, I had never been near a helicopter before, and I was like, this guy's a pro. That guy shouldn't be here today. and it's clear. So, but the guy that they've got really made me feel at ease the way he could control that thing, and it was so smooth. At no point was it jerky, and your momentum, as you're flying, always felt fluid. Like there was never a correction that he had to make. He always knew what was coming. But the crazy pig killing guy, I was out on a ranch and somewhere near a place called Brady, Texas, middle of fucking nowhere. It was 50 miles to the nearest hotel, and it had rubber sheets. It was a real shithole, and we were out on like 2,000 or 3,000 acres hunting pigs. And during the daytime, we had no choice but to hunt them kind of like Vietnam style, like just trying to walk through the bush with your assault rifle and hope you came upon them. That wasn't good enough for this one guy who was there, though. He hadn't slept more than 3 hours in like 3 days. Because he hunted through the night and through the day. And during the day, he smelled them out with his nose because they smell bad and they kind of like wallow in their own shit. And you can smell them from a good distance away. And apparently this guy thought he was some sort of like Navajo dreamwalker, and he could smell them from pretty far away. He had this long ponytail. But he would go into the really thick brush where these things like to sleep during the day and wallow in mud. And it's incredibly thick. When I say thick, he had to crawl on his belly under these like thorns and briars, and he couldn't bring a big gun. He's got a Glock pistol that he's crawling with, and he crawled until he came upon the pigs, and he unloaded on them with his Glock, and he crawled back out of there with the pig tied to his foot, and then he cooked it in the backyard in pickle juice and ate it.
I don't know if he's awesome and badass or psycho and weird.
I took it as psycho and weird because there was a Burger King about 50 minutes away, and I had a double Whopper, and it was great. And he made me eat some of that pig, and I was totally afraid of parasites or something because he just went in the bushes, killed this disgusting animal covered in shit, and then brought it back to the shack and cooked it in the backyard on like an old hubcap or something. Like, it was awful.
PKA Adventures coming soon. I'm very psyched.
Yeah, we might do some stuff like that.
Do we need a whole new topic?
Yeah.
All right. Hypothetically, you are a prize fighter. Boxer, MMA, doesn't matter. What is your nickname?
I mean, I know Kyle's right off the bat.
Kyle.
He's got to be the assassin,
Oh, yes, yes.
Oh my God.
right?
I guess I like to think of it more of a professional wrestler, like building a crazy persona for myself.
Okay.
It'd be cool if there was something with money where like there was lots of girls and I was like that obnoxious heel type character who was like throwing money at everybody and talking about making people hate me because
so
I had a lot of money.
You want to be Ted DiBiase, essentially. You want
Yeah,
to be the
or
$1 man.
Ric Flair, more like Ric Flair, like Cadillac
Okay.
riding private jet flying son of a gun. And you could and Chiz could be my Dusty Rhodes.
I'm sorry. I don't get your old
No,
school
you-
wrestling references.
Some people will get it.
I was
Cool
thinking about
people
my head too. Well, one is I'm totally stuck up on this like Woody Civ Dodger Woodworth. Like, it's my name. But you know what else I had, and this is kind of money whorish, but some like amusingly money whorish. What if you sold your nickname, right? Like Woody, Netflix.com, Woodworth, and you'll go out there, Woody, Reebok, Woodworth. Like, you could just go with like selling ad space as your nickname.
That would be terrible. They all, you already see
It would
them.
be terrible, but like
You already see them like with it drawn on their bodies sometimes.
temporary
that guy,
tattoos,
you know,
Adidas.
It'll have like condomdepot.com like scrolled on some guy's back, and you're looking at it. It's perfect ad placement because in the fight you're usually looking at the guy's back or from the side, and you're just staring at the logo the whole match.
How much does it really cost, like, for crotch placement on like an MMA fighter's trunks? Woody, do you have any idea? Like,
I
how
do.
much do
Yeah,
those
it
companies
depends.
pay?
If okay, so the lowest level of fighter, like just grab someone who they're not likely to be talking about that fight after the fight ends. He might be as cheap as like $1,500 or $2,000 to get on his crotch, and his like crotch butt T-shirt, right? Like that, the prominent placement. If you grab a guy who's kind of mid-level, like I'm thinking, I want to come up with an example, like not a Chael Sonnen, who people will be talking about for ages, but maybe like a Shogun or Donald Cerrone or like something like that. Like a fight that people are likely to be talking about after the fight ends, but not a champion. That can go to like 10,000 or so. And then when you talk about getting your name on a champion, people who they usually have like real agents.
John Bones is coming out with Nike on him.
John Jones?
Yeah, he's coming out with like Nike stuff all over him. He's getting paid.
He is. Right, that guy has a multi-year Nike deal. They have John Jones.
I saw
shoes.
Nike. I saw Nike, and I was like, that just doesn't fit. He doesn't wear shoes while he whips people's asses. I don't think he wears them when he trains. He does. Yeah, the guy rolls in there in his underwear, and I don't think they're Nike underwear.
I don't know that Nike makes MMA. He wears He wears. I know what he wears. He wears a. It's almost like a jogger short that gives you. You know how jogger shorts like the slit is up the thigh extra high. Yeah. It's like that but longer. It's like a long jogger short. It's specific to MMA, I think.
Yeah, and it almost looks kind of like a Muay Thai type thing.
Yeah, regular people wouldn't buy that.
Yeah, there's probably a specific name for what it is, but it's not fashionable, and you wouldn't go jogging in it. And you don't need one because the only people who need them are people who are professionally fighting.
In cages, yeah.
Yeah, in cages and stuff. It's a very specialized, equipment list that these guys are using. What are they making? His tape? Is it Nike tape on this guy's hands?
So it's like, obviously, like, you don't need it for what John Jones does, which is the point you're making. But the people who watch John Jones need it for what they do.
Yeah, and you could make the point. You could be like, well, Kyle, NASCAR, is that really a Chevy Lumina or whatever? Like that's just a fucking stock car. The only reason they call it a Chevy or a Ford, is
to sell them.
Is to sell them. Of course, the engines are different, but the body styles are as well, and they're stock cars. I
used to work with people who seriously use that as one of their criteria when they chose cars.
I think I want to go back and disagree with myself. I think it does have something to do with it because I think it represents the highest level of engineering expertise at that brand. Because I was watching the thing the other day about I don't remember their names, but those two Grand Prix racers, those open wheel racers, they had that crazy rivalry, and they made the movie about it. And they were talking about how the Ferrari and the McLaren teams were super competitive, and I think that's legit. I think that if Chevy is on top of their engineering game, then they should be beating Toyota pretty consistently at the track.
I just don't know that engineering game filters down into the product that you and I buy.
At the very least, we know that it might. I think that's all you can bet on is that maybe that fucking Hans over there at Chrysler or at Toyota who's making the race cars, maybe some of his breakthroughs on the race car will filter down to your.
I used to work with people who really strongly considered he's like, you dude, win on Sunday, sales on Monday. If Chevy's dominating NASCAR, that's the brand that he thinks he should be buying. And I thought that was ludicrous. Like I don't even.
Yeah, I wouldn't use that for my everyday driving car type of thing. If I was buying a race car, if I wanted like the super performance model of like a high-end expensive car, yeah, it might be then because you'd be like, yeah, man, that new brake technology they've got, it's way advanced. I'm like, okay, well, they're putting those same brakes on my Corvette, so maybe that's the way to go. But if you're buying a truck, who gives a shit?
Yeah, I don't know.
Yes.
Lefty, did we get your fighter name?
My fighter name, my in-ring nickname.
The Litigator.
The Litigator. I love it. I was trying to think of something like rolling.
Your specialty move would be called throwing the book at them.
I like that.
I want to file a motion for your death. That'd be good. No, yeah, that's my perfect. I think I have to become a professional, or at least an indie wrestler now, with the gimmick of the Litigator.
There would be a move called Lady Justice, where you like held your fist really high in the air, like you're holding the scales, and then judged them poorly, and just like hammer fisted them or something.
Oh my god, my submission move would be cross-examination.
Yes.
And it would be like a crippling crossface. He's got it, the cross-examiner! The cross-examiner!
Dear God, he threw the book at the Harley brothers.
Let's see what else. Yeah, that's good. All
That's
right.
good.
I'm gonna write that down.
You do
Start
topic?
hitting the gym 2-a-days. Become a wrestler.
All right, Lefty, are you here?
No.
How'd you get that scar?
Which scar?
You tell me.
Oh, I've got a scar on the back of my right leg, like just above my Achilles, and it looks like the monster symbol. For those of you that don't know,
Show it.
I don't even know how to. It's like it's.
He
I
can't
would
lift
literally
his
have
leg,
to
Woody.
find. I would literally have to find a way to show you.
No, do a wheelie in your chair.
He would
Hold
have to
your
get
feet up.
Katie to come in there and lift his leg to camera level.
No, I like it's a really awkward. It's like directly on my Achilles or just above it. It looks like the
Hypothetically,
monster
if I had
symbol.
a scar on my Achilles, you think I'd show it to the camera?
If it was truly a scar, you would, not just something you made up.
Yes.
Then you would show it to the camera.
Stand on your desk.
Stand up. No, I'm not doing that.
I've done it.
You stood on your desk?
Yes, you guys all talked about my calves. I was trying to
done
show
some silly
something
things.
else.
I've
This
got
is
my
the man who danced in sex lubricant on his floor back there.
dancing on sex lubricant is not standing on the desk that's holding thousands of dollars worth of electronics.
That's a good point. That's solid.
Oh gosh. Show the
So-
scar.
I don't know how I can take a picture of it. How's
Could you
that?
move
I'll
the
take a
camera
picture
down?
of it. No, it's not long enough. I've got my desk like raised up because of my chair. Here, I'll take a picture of it and I'll show you guys. How's that?
I don't know. We'll see how it turns out. I'm just saying, if you have a scar, we don't want you pretending about it.
Mm-hmm.
I have noticed his new mic. That will have to come up.
Oh my God, you guys with those microphones.
I know. But look at it.
Dude, I can't tell you the level of disinterest I have in that microphone. I am as interested in that microphone. I am more interested in like getting a cool new microwave than I would ever be in getting that microphone he's got. I'm just imagining like, yeah, maybe it has some special features. What are the new models like?
It
What do you
doesn't
got?
really show up. I don't know how well it shows up.
Oh, really
see
poor.
the
Oh,
screen?
yeah.
Is it the
yeah,
two
it's like
parallel
monster.
lines?
Yeah, there was a third one. It's kind of faded as I've gotten older.
What, did a puma scratch you?
How'd you get
No.
that scar?
I was into BMX riding when I was like in junior high. You know, the X Games. I was big. I was like, I'm gonna be Dave Mirra. I wasn't Dave Mirra. I sucked. You know, we built dirt jumps under power lines, me and my buddies, and you know, we were like, oh man, we're so cool. Well, anyway, we were riding once, and I was wearing shorts,
That's a mistake.
and I was pedaling really hard. I think we were racing or something. And I had just gotten these new pedals that were bear claw pedals.
Oh, I know what happened.
And they've got a bunch of little metal spikes on them so that they can like grip into your feet a little bit better. And as I was pushing down once, I pushed out laterally a little bit more than I should have, and my foot slipped off, and the claws of the bear claw pedals just went up the back of my leg. It was they're about 3 or 4 inches long.
Yeah, that sucks.
Yeah.
Wow. Did you get stitches?
No, my mom was pissed when I told her. I was like, yeah, you know, she saw me later that summer. It was during the summer. She's like, what happened to your leg? I'm like, yeah, it happened. I went home and took a shower. There were strands of skin hanging off when I was in the shower, and I had to like tear them off, and I put a bunch of Band-Aids on it and stuff, sprayed it with disinfectant. And she said, you should have you're going to have scars for the rest of your life. And I'm like, well, who's going to care about scars on the back
Just say,
of my
Mom,
leg?
bitches get stitches.
Right. And,
What am I, Hodor?
And plus now I can pimp Monster. I mean, I could have. It kind of faded. I should probably cut it again.
You really
But,
need the third one to come back.
Right, I do. So yeah, that's how it happened. It hurt pretty bad. I was wearing Nike socks, like black socks with the white Nike swoosh on the ankle.
Mm-hmm.
By the time I rode my bike home, that swoosh was red, like
Nice.
completely red, with all the blood that was dripping down. So that's how I got that scar.
Kyle, how'd you get that scar?
Trying to think of some cool ones I've got. I really don't have any cool ones. I really don't. I've got some scars that are on my head that you can't see because of my hair. I've got some. Okay, so that's a good one, I guess. Kind of boring. I was in a shopping cart when I was like 4 or 5 years old, and I was leaning out of it unattended to like grab something off a rack. And they make these metal hooks that extend from the shelves at Walmart that items are sort of hooked onto, and they slide along the thing. And anyway, I fell out, and that thing scraped along the top of my head and split my scalp. I was 4, so my head's small, and a 2-inch gash is like your whole fucking head. So that happened, and I had to go when I fell. The edge of the shopping cart, which is almost serrated by the way that those rods are welded together, went between my gum and my lip, and it separated my gum and my lip all the way to the bottom of my nose.
Ooh.
And they didn't figure that out until I got, until I was spitting the blood up in the bathroom when they were checking my head out. So we went to a doctor, emergency room, whatever, and they said, yeah, we need to put him in surgery now and stitch him all up. So they put me under general anesthesia and put me out. And I have very vivid memories of what I dreamt about. And I dreamt that there was like an old black man with gray hair, and he was in an oversized bird cage like Tweety would be in the cartoons. And he was suspended from a completely black, empty space. We were in a black room with nothing else in it except for this bird cage suspended from the sky with like golden light coming down on top of him. And he was telling me that it was all going to be cool. And so that's how I got that crazy scar that extends pretty much my entire skull beneath my hair. Let's hope I hang on to my hair.
Oh, wow. So you basically dreamt of a black man in bondage, didn't you?
Yeah.
That's one way to look at it. But he
So
seemed
when you dream, you put black men in jail.
As a 4-year-old, I almost feel like I was talking to God. It was more like Morgan Freeman kind of got lowered down in a basket to talk to me.
Were you whipping this poor soul in
Absolutely
your dreams?
not. I was 4 years old and severely injured.
All right, Woody, how'd you get that scar?
So when I was 17-ish, I was cycling a lot. Like it was something that I was really into, and mostly because I was good at it, not because it's fun, but I have strong legs, and the way I'm built, I have like this unusually large like rib cage sort of lung capacity, and with strong legs and good cardio, lungs, I took to cycling like a fish to water, and I
Like Aquaman.
So like at first I was just like riding with my dad and stuff, who was into it before I was, but he was into it in the like touring, and I was a competitive soul, so like I would always want to go faster and longer and stuff like that, and before long I found other guys wired like me, and there was a cycling team, Beacon cycling team in New Jersey, and I used to train with them all the time, and we went on a family vacation where it was like I would just sort of leave my family and go race up front on these cycling trips with the fastest people. And what they do is they go like 70 to 110 miles a day for like a week or something, and that was the trip. Well, this was maybe day 2, and there are some people on this trip who were my peer in terms of like speed and such. And I was just hitting it as hard as I possibly could, and I'm going down a hill, and I remember I had it's a little like speedometer for your bike. They call it a cyclometer. It was like a computer back in the day. And I was going 34.5 miles an hour. And at the bottom of the hill, there was gravel. So I couldn't make the turn. Like it wasn't going to happen. And I lock up my brakes front and rear, but this is doing nothing to slow me down because it's all like loose gravel. And there was a drainage ditch. So next to the road, it was like 5 feet deep or something. And I didn't turn at all. I just locked up my brakes. I went straight off the road, which turned like 90 degrees, head first into what is pretty much a grass wall, but it was, down the hill and then into the opposing wall where it went back up again. And then my legs, let me see if I can get this right. I'm going head first into this wall, and then my legs flip up and hit a barbed wire fence. And I get a couple of like nasty parallel gashes. This is a long time ago, so it's mostly healed. I will show you the scar, but I get a pair of nasty gashes, and this is in West Virginia. If you don't know West Virginia, we have 50 states, and if you were to rank them in order of like civilization and medical care and education and income, West Virginia would lock down 50th on all of this.
And attractiveness of their women. Some real pigs in West Virginia.
I'm sorry, West Virginia, but
I'm not.
Who am I kidding? They don't have internet. This is fine.
Yeah, exactly. There you go.
So
or electricity, running water.
That one is making fun.
Indoor plumbing.
So
incest laws.
Clothing. I don't know. So,
potato sacks.
right. They're just Yeah, they're in teepees right
Backward
now,
hillbilly
making
fucking
smoke
their
signals
brother.
to talk to one another. So anyway,
Just really ugly bitches.
I'm in a West Virginia hospital, and I remember this. Like, what a drop ceiling, right? It's like a drop ceiling. There's like acoustic, and above that they run all the electricity. The drop ceilings were in such a state of disrepair that like water was permeating them, and of course the drop ceiling has holes in it. And it's all over the floor too. And rather than clean it up, they're just like pushing the gurney over it. I'm like vibrating, as I go over the ceiling that had like fallen on the. I'm like, how can this be a hospital? This is like fucking MASH units on the front lines are better than this.
Triage.
So then I get this West Virginian like doctor to sew up my stitches, and he didn't do it right at all. Like so. If you have a big gash, and I know this because I've had so many scars, you kind of do like internal stitches to pull it a little closer, then maybe another round, and then an outer round. That like so, if it's a big cut, you just sort of like bring the middle together, bring this together, and then you can bring the outside together. And he didn't do that. He just did like one big loop that didn't hold the cut together at all. And when I finally got home and like showed it to my doctor, he was like, well, what is this? And I'm like, what is it? He's like, well, I had done this, and you can see it. The stitches, they didn't pull the wound together at all. Like they didn't do what stitches are supposed to do. So so how did I get my scar? Head first into a thing, legs come up, hit the barbed wire fence, and the barbed wire fence cut me open. Let me see if I can show the scar. They're here and here. I don't know if they're showing on camera at all. I feel like the lighting's not working.
He just wants to show off his calves.
They're not even showing my calves.
I knew the scar would be there before we even started the story.
Oh God!
I knew he wasn't going to show up. He wasn't going to show up any scar on his biceps or anything.
You
It
can
was
see.
definitely going to be.
Fuck. They're here and here, but I can't seem to cap. It's like there's too much light on it. Or
Jackie
something.
really needs to clear away that plate.
Yeah,
I mean, that's
right.
just a
That
safety
woman.
hazard.
That's the dinner I just ate. Like at the
I
start
know
of
it, and it's just been sitting there for going on an hour.
Do you want me to text her, see if she'll take it?
No, God,
Oh,
no. No, that's too much.
I'm gonna try this.
Oh god. I don't co-sign this, Woody.
You clear away this refuse woman.
I don't
So
co-sign.
terrible.
Do
No,
not co-sign
I
this.
don't sign at all. Like I clearly was trying to back away.
Mm-mm. Nope. Bad.
Just a joke.
I don't know if I should do this. It doesn't. Like,
No, we should. No, I
It's
don't
not
think
that
so.
I'd get in trouble. I bet she'd do it, but it's not the kind of husband I want to be.
Yeah,
That's the thing.
it's a little bit meaner than the food jokes.
Yeah. It's not right. So anyway, that's how I got that scar. Bicycling accident. I got plenty of them. New topic.
Yes, sir.
Sure.
What is the greatest weakness of humans?
I think it's our inability to survive varied temperatures. There's a really specific zone that the temperature needs to be at for us to thrive without some pretty extreme precautions and clothing and stuff.
I feel like. See, yeah, and I'm wondering what temperatures you consider as thriving at, right? Because obviously, like 70 to 85 is sort of the sweet spot.
Mm-hmm.
These are Fahrenheit temperatures. And again, sticking to Fahrenheit, anywhere from 0 to 100, it works pretty fine, which is why Fahrenheit is so perfect. But is that what you're talking about, 0 to 100 Fahrenheit? Or...
No. I'm talking about if the temperature, our average temperature around here isn't somewhere in the 70s, then we would just all die. If it was always 90 degrees, it would be very difficult for us to get into where we are now. We just wouldn't be able to do much outside if there weren't temperate areas. And if it was really cold, we couldn't feed ourselves. If it dropped worldwide to some sort of frigid ice age type temperature, which isn't going to happen for another 50,000 years, then we wouldn't make it. We'd survive in pockets. The human race could not continue on its current trajectory if the temperature changed just a little.
All right, not a bad one. What do you think is the greatest weakness of humans, Lefty?
What's responsible for humans holding grudges against one another? like holding personal vendettas and things like that. It's not. Is it? I don't know. Whatever that is, whatever mechanism by which we abandon reason and rationality for grudges and vendettas, whatever that is, that.
Really?
Yeah.
I like me
because-
some grudges.
Yeah, right. But
I don't know why I'm using terrible grammar, but it's not that I'll like go out of my way to sink someone and get them or whatever, but it's like noted. You know, now you're moving from the good
I
list to
think
the
there's a
bad
difference
one.
between. I think there's a difference between keeping score and judging the people that you interact with, and holding like a lifelong vendetta. Like, you know, I'm gonna try to ruin this guy. There's a big difference between those two. I think you're talking about keeping score and trying to protect yourself from bad people.
Yeah.
and that's reasonable, but I'm talking more about like I'm going to do what I can to ruin you. I'm going to do what I can to hurt you. I'm going to even if it hurts me, even if it hurts whatever I'm working on or whatever I want to accomplish, I'm not going to do this with you because of whatever legitimate reasons or not, because there are reasons, but sometimes you just go to somebody. But you know, I envision a time where at some point something for humanity, something could better humanity in general a lot, and there's going to be somebody somewhere or a group of people who either actively inhibit that or even derail it completely because we've got personal grudges against somebody else, and we're just not going to help them, or we are not going to join up or do something like that. And I think you can compound that into bad things happening in the long run, in the long term.
You guys got so deep with this question.
Yeah, you could almost say that emotions are our biggest weakness.
Yeah,
If we didn't
that's
have any
probably a lot
emotions.
better. That's probably a lot better.
Like, you know, no, if it was like a cheesy John Lennon song, there was no countries to die for, and nobody got angry or
Right.
vengeful or any of that stuff, then
Love is an emotion too, though.
be a few. Yeah, no more love. I don't need that.
No, but
Maybe
if
the
we
next
were all
human,
computers,
maybe
the world
the,
would be a great place.
maybe the next step in human evolution is a race of sociopaths that are just dead on the inside.
I was taking this thing in a whole different direction. Like the greatest weakness of humans is that the recreational area and the waste disposal area are either next to each other or one and the same.
Oh, you're talking about anatomical
I
fault.
don't know. I didn't really define it at all. I would just
Yeah, it's really broad, I guess.
yeah. Or on Ask Reddit, it was that the eating and breathing area is the same thing. That's killed many people. That's how they were going with it. But Lefty got
Yeah, I'd
deep.
like a portal. I'd like some sort of portal that I just put the food directly into my chest. Maybe just another mouth down there, and then women would have one too, and we could fuck it.
You know,
Or just the
if
nose
design
could
were
be a
really
separate
intelligent, that'd be the thing.
Than the
Yeah,
mouth.
some sort of cool little mouth down there, like between their tits, like that. That would be the best evolutionary step.
Yeah, but
forward.
wouldn't that mouth have teeth though? It'd be like a pussy
Nah,
with teeth.
nah, not
Take
in
a
my
chance,
world.
Lefty.
Not in my not in my sort of like creepy like human centipede project. No, it doesn't have any teeth. It's just got 8 tongues, so it can really taste the food.
So in your world, tentacle porn becomes like a thing. Like
What's
a
that?
real thing. Tentacle porn.
No tentacles, just
It's something with 8 tongues. That's tentacle.
those stay in its mouth though. They're not coming out and like wrapping around you or penetrating you.
I don't understand tentacle porn. It's like an internet joke. Is this a thing that some people are
Yeah,
into?
it's a thing in like
It's a
Japanese
thing that
hentai.
they're
You know,
doing.
you'll have some sort of tentacled monster that like a few of the tentacles hold the chick, and then like the others penetrate her, and it's not my cup of tea, but it's out there.
People like it.
Yeah.
People like it.
Oh, there's a genre for everyone on the World Wide Web.
Yeah, in Japan, like the guys read hentai porn like on the subway train to work.
It's
They're just sitting there with graphic porn.
You
like,
know-
what's up?
I hear so much stuff about Japan, and I see so many internet pictures and videos from there that I almost am like, are these the real freak shows, and they're just being portrayed to us as like sort of commonplace activities? Like, I bet you could go to certain parts of the United States on like certain holidays or festivals. Like maybe you go to Mardi Gras, get the worst of that. Maybe you go to like the Gay Pride in San Francisco, get the worst of that. Not that there's anything wrong with it, but I had a friend who was at the last one. He saw a man have sex with a fire extinguisher, or a fire hydrant. He sat on the fire hydrant until it penetrated him a lot. And if you saw that on the street, if you saw a picture of that, you might think, wow, they're pretty crazy over there. But there are supposedly vending machines over there that sells like used girls' panties, right? Isn't that's a thing? I think.
I don't know if there is.
Yeah.
I suspect it's like you said. Like it's not representative of. I've been to Japan. I didn't see that.
Good point. Thank you. Yes, exactly.
It just.
Maybe you didn't go to the right part of town.
Maybe you didn't go to the used panty dispensary.
Oh man, that would be great. I would just sit on a bench next to it and like eat a sandwich and watch the guys who come to use it, and just see if they have no shame about it. If they're buying a bag of Doritos, like as they pick out which color they want, and like maybe there's a picture of the girl wearing them. Like they're really selective process, and I imagine they cost like $15 or something. Like, what are these guys doing? Like taking them and like jerking off into them? Like what's going on here?
I would expect that they smell them and inseminate them, and that's what they're into.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that, but I'm just the odd part is that they're coming out of a fucking vending machine.
Or that there's a big enough market for it.
Yeah, and I've also noticed another thing about Japanese pornography is that it often seems like there is some sort of scenario where a schoolgirl is having sex with some older man almost against her will, if not completely against her will. Like she's basically being raped the first 15 seconds, and then she's like, yeah, let's continue this now. I enjoy the rape. Like there's a lot of that, and I'm just like, and there's a lot of like there's only like 3 noises a Japanese animated porn star makes, and it's like ooh, ooh, and and then maybe some like phrase in Japanese like anuki, and like that's it, like the guy will like blast some enormous amount of semen into her, so much so it's animated, so have fun with it. He'll like come so much inside of her vagina that it like erupts outside, like that video
shoots out her ears.
Yeah. So, like literally, sometimes it'll like the penis will be like coming out of her mouth or something insane like that. Like, and it's kind of rapey, and it seems sort of like they're almost going for an underage look with the girls because they're so like schoolgirly.
Right.
But with incredibly bulging like bodies.
Well, Americans have the Catholic schoolgirl fantasy too. It seems like a parallel.
Like the Japanese like take that to a whole different level, though.
They do. Yeah.
I mean, I feel like it's such
trying to fit in Japanese culture.
Yeah, it's just such a common denominator in so much of their pornography. It's as commonplace as, I don't know. Like,
what's up with the censorship?
That's a weird thing about their pornography too. I think that's part of the reason for the animated pornography is maybe they don't. Maybe the restrictions aren't as stringent on the. But I have seen animated Japanese pornography that has been censored. That animated penises and vaginas are blurred out.
I imagine if you grow up wanking it to censored pornography, you could develop that as a fetish, and at some point, like pixelation is a turn on, like Pavlov's dog.
How odd. I saw another.
Baby, can you shave your pubes into kind of squares? Because that's hot to me.
Kind of make them blurry. Kind of fuzzy, if you know what I mean. Out of focus, really. Out of focus. Yeah, maybe just rub a lot of Vaseline down. Maybe I could, like you'd have to, maybe you'd wear like contact lenses that made everything blurry.
Baby, can you try to look more? Can you get like pixelated?
Another weird form of Japanese pornography I stumbled, sort of a genre, if you will, is, and there may be an actual classification, but basically, it's the Invisible Man scenario. Like this guy, it's either a ghost or a spirit or a guy who's like got some sort of scientific expertise, sort of a science fiction background to it. But basically, he's invisible. And he goes to like a women's sauna where like these hot Japanese chicks hang out completely nude and like bathe each other, and he just starts fucking them, and they're just like sitting there like while imaginary invisible supposedly cocks are fucking them, But here's how they achieve the effect. You might think, yeah, how do I see this visually? How is this represented? How do they film this? Well, they take a Japanese dude and put him in a full body leotard that's white, except for a hole for his cock. And so you just use your imagination and imagine this guy's invisible, but really there's just a dude standing there in a leotard fucking these women while they try to act like they're not being fucked because I guess they're embarrassed to be fucked by a ghost cock. It's absurd, and there are so many renditions of it. Like, it's not like a 1 or 2 time thing.
All right,
It's
Kyle, you're winning now. I've never even seen or heard of this.
It's as commonplace as like the pizza delivery guy, setup. I swear, like there's a whole.
It can't be. I've never.
There's
heard
a
of it.
whole genre of it. Like search Invisible Man, Japanese rape porn or something. Like you'll totally get like.
Well, Japanese rape porn, that's all of it. It's
Yeah. Oh well. How have I not hit that particular search string before?
Well, no, I'm just saying how you could like quickly narrow it down. I end up on these adventures like going down the rabbit hole. I might start out with something completely vanilla, but you click a few links and you get drifted to a few of their quote unquote partner sites, and things get a bit darker.
yeah, that happens when you go to the.
There's the suggestions like
got
see
our
what our
friends,
friends like, and you're like, wow, your friend's version of this pornography is much better, and you end up just going to a few different websites. That's how we discovered Motherless and E-fucked.
E-fucked is horrible. I am traumatized by that thing.
Some things on the E-fucked are just are really mean and hard to watch.
I've only looked at it one time. I lasted about 10 minutes, and it was like it's
really 10 minutes. That's
there's
impressive.
a lot of cringe, but there's also sometimes it goes too far, and you like see people's hearts breaking, and it's a little
it's
much.
spelled weird. How do you spell E-fucked?
F-U-K-T. The letter E, then F-U-K-T.
Okay. Yeah, and it's like there's some outtakes from porn clips where women are crying and stuff. The one that made me click away was the woman with the high heel who's like basically I talked about this once before, but there was a guy under a door with a hole in it for his penis. His penis is hard, so it's kind of like pointing up and laying flat. So he's on his back with like a door over him, if I recall, with his penis through the hole. And she's stepping on his penis because this is a turn on for him. He likes like penile abuse or something. And she steps on it with her high heel until she punctures it. And it's like...
Yeah, that's combination trampling porn and ball and cock torture porn.
I'm not down with that.
It would be found in the femdom subgenre. It's real dark stuff, and I don't get it at all. It's people stepping on your dick, and I like to keep that thing secure, man. I like to keep it locked away so nothing steps on it. Certainly not a high-heeled shoe. And they usually pick like sort of voluptuous women for this. So like maybe like a 145-pound Latina chick with like a huge ass or something, and and they really trample those guys, and it's a hard thing to watch. I saw one on there where it was like a mother and a daughter like live streaming topless wearing thongs, and like the mother's trying to negotiate like they pay in credits I guess for certain things, and she's trying to like negotiate this thing, and the daughter just gets carried away and starts wailing on herself with a dildo for like no credits, and then and that's when the mom comes to the realization. She's like, I think we should do this separate. And I'm like, no fucking shit. It's been weird since the first minute. You've been like rubbing your ass on your daughter. You're both like topless, and like it was rough. And when she finally comes to that realization, that's the like super cringe moment where you're like, oh shit. And there's a few cringe moments. There's one where a girl didn't realize that the three-way she just took place in she wasn't aware of how the internet worked, so she thought this was just going to be like a DVD.
Oh, yeah, she thought it was a U.S.-only thing.
Like a DVD sales thing.
Yeah, I don't know if it was a three-way or not, but
it was
she
two
was
dudes.
really pretty girl, right?
She was like one of those like Eastern European like girls who would like, she's like a brunette with like a perfect ass and like
saw that
perfect
linked on
medium-sized
Reddit.
boobs.
And
yeah, she's perfect.
Yes, yeah, she's. There's a lot of kinds of perfect. I talked about this before, right? And we were talking about before the show.
She's a very classic kind of perfect.
Yes, yeah. Her body was comparable to like a prime Britney Spears or
No, her boobs are smaller.
were they? But
I'm trying to
okay,
think.
who's the chick from Harry Potter? Emma.
No, her boobs are bigger than that. She's more like. I
Megan
saw
Fox.
this fairly recently. Yeah, she's Megan Fox-esque with the build.
Okay, yeah, very very pretty, right? Lots of versions of perfect. She's one of them, and she has a boyfriend who she apparently cares a lot about, but not so much that she's not doing porn. And then when they're like, this going on the internet, like everybody gets to see this, and she comes to the realization that her life is ruined.
And she really has and she like I think she cries and like leaves the room, and it's rough. It's a super cringe moment, a little bit too much for me personally. There's another one, however, where they had paid these chicks like $50 to kind of dance in the background of this. It was supposed to be like a bachelorette party porno, I guess.
Okay.
And certain chicks were paid like $50 to kind of dance in the background to make it look like a real bachelorette party. And then there's porn stars who are actually supposed to be blowing these dudes. And one of the $50 chicks blows the dude, and he comes on her face. And then she looks up and sees the camera, and she's like, "Oh shit!" And like she immediately gets teary-eyed, and it's like, "Yeah, you just fucking like blew a dude on camera for $50."
What happens at bachelorette parties?
I don't know.
Usually nothing like that.
Yeah,
They're on
that's a
blowjobs.
thing of the internet, isn't it? Like
No, well, sometimes I've heard some stories about bachelorette parties, and I know they went to like male strip clubs like Chippendales and stuff like that, and like throwing money at dudes. But if it's a classy, if it depends whose bachelorette party. I'm sure there are a certain kind of woman whose bachelorette party may involve some sex of some kind.
Yeah,
Definitely some nudity.
right. Like the classic guy's bachelor party is there is a stripper. She may rub her boobies on his face or something, and that's the guy's bachelor party.
Now, do you imagine it as you've hired a stripper for your home, or you've went to a strip club?
In my head, I was thinking strip club, or I went to a bachelor party for a friend of mine. Tracy was his name, and they were at some sort of like hall. It wasn't really nice or fancy or anything.
Yeah, like a VFW or something like that.
That sounds right.
Yeah.
What'd you say, VFW?
Yeah, veterans of foreign
Yeah,
wars.
that's like what it was.
Yeah, that makes sense. That happens there a lot.
People rent those out for bachelor parties?
Well, like he's probably a member of it, or he's a friend of a member or something.
Are like civil servants like policemen? I think he was like a copper fireman related or
veterans
something.
of foreign wars. Like
Oh.
it depends on how serious they are about it. I'm a member of one. I'm not pretending to be a veteran or anything like that. They're like, yeah, we'll just make you a member, and I was like, sure, that's kosher. Like nobody minds. She's like, no, anybody mind? Everybody's like, ah, and then they just put me in.
Okay. All right, yeah. So anyway, that's what he was. He was at a VFW, and it had like I don't know, semi-dirty tile floors like you might find in a public school cafeteria, and like fold-up chairs and poker tables, and there were strippers, and the whole thing was like not sexy at all to me. But
That's what I was getting at.
really,
Yeah, like if you have a stripper hired for somewhere, it seems much. I don't know, less savory that you've like brought this woman to someone's garage or something like
dude,
that.
So there were two strippers, and the strippers were doing things together, and then they had a bodyguard, and the bodyguard was this big, strong, kind of chunky, but seriously like unusually strong woman, and she was the bodyguard. And I remember at one point, so like, dude, the strippers are like a comedy act that's failing, right? All the guys are just like. It's not really doing it for me, right? I remember one of my friends was like, I can't even keep a boner at the show.
What was wrong with the show?
The
Was it
girls were so
coordinated?
obviously faking, and they weren't classy, and I think that was a bit of a turnoff for me. And like at one point,
I'm sorry. Do you expect a higher level of lady to show up to dance at the VFW?
I didn't know.
Tile floors
This was a long time ago.
For Tracy's bachelor party.
I did.
Yeah, that's a once in a lifetime experience. They should have brought in some high class talent.
So the girls that went there were definitely below the level that I think you'd find at a club. And I remember at one point they broke out it was a dildo with like two sides.
Ass to ass.
And they're like, see if you can see who gasmed, right? And we're all like casually watching, kind of like disinterested. And at one point, did you see who it was? And the bodyguard's like, it was me. And I was like,
Yeah, you see, the thing
it
about
wasn't
that,
hot. It wasn't hot.
yeah, and I bet it felt awkward to even show
Yes.
very much interest at all. Like, if you didn't want to be the one guy who was transfixed while everyone else was kind of mid-conversation.
It seemed like
It needs to be like everybody here needs to be looking at the person who's naked and dancing for it not to be weird.
yeah, but in this case, it seemed like half the guys were into it. Half the guys wished they were into it. The other half didn't, and it
I'll give you a perfect example. Remember when we were in the mountains and that girl was dancing on my lap, and there was only one other person looking at her, and it was that old motherfucker who was like 70 years old? That was weird. Now, if all of you had been watching the girl dance in my lap, that would have not been weird.
it was just that. Yeah, I excused myself from that whole debauchery.
Yeah, rightfully so. But I mean, you're a married guy. There's no reason for you to continue to be in like the billiard room stripping session or whatever that you want to call that.
Yeah, was it in the billiard room?
Yeah, we were playing pool, and the old guy was like, he was German too, in my memory, but they probably wasn't. I imagine with a German accent now, because I just didn't like him. He was like, we were playing a game, and I'm like, no, I don't give a fuck about your pool game, dude. First of all, you're 70 playing with like this 25-year-old model from Canada, and second of all, no one cares about your game of pool. But I'm sorry, I've completely sidetracked your story, which I was enjoying.
Yeah, I forgot. I'm
So
sidetracked.
you've
You're
got
at the
these
VFW.
unappealing strippers going at it. It's kind of getting awkward.
At the VFW.
They're not classy.
Yeah, where were? Oh, it was what happens at bachelor parties. At a bachelorette parties. At a bachelor party, it didn't go anywhere. There wasn't anything that happened at that party that significant others wouldn't approve of. Like I think
Really, the
everybody
sex show was cool.
with significant others. Well, not mine.
Well,
that
that's-
was early, but like this.
Yeah, that seems pretty harsh. I don't think I would go to a sex show.
No, I certainly wouldn't.
I didn't know what was coming, but
Of
yeah.
course not. No, I'm certainly not
no,
displacing
no.
any blame.
But yeah, that's what happened, and it's hard to explain how two lesbians was a turnoff, but I swear to you it was.
I find strippers to be particularly unappealing, and in the past, I have not said this because I had like stripper friends, but I don't have any stripper friends anymore. I find them to be the most soulless, succubus-like things on the earth. Like, give it up and go be a cam girl or something. Like, there's something about a stripper that is so
League of Legends.
You know that
There's
League of Legends.
so unappealing to me that this woman is going to literally, this is their definition of her job. She's going to pretend to like you and be interested in you until you run out of money.
So
And it's like, if I wanted that treatment, I'd go on a date.
So when you have a girl stripper and a guy, typically like the girl stripper and the bodyguard or whatever are there to enforce the "don't touch me" rule. When you switch that and the guy is the stripper and there's a girl, is the "no touch me" rule removed? Does
Yes,
the guy?
I think so.
I suspect. Do women do stuff orally? At bachelorette parties? Is that just
I
part of the
think-
deal?
I think it depends on how hardcore the girls wanted to get, and I think it depends on how classy the girls are, honestly, because the girls that I know are pretty classy, and as dirty as it got was going to Chippendales and just like watching and throwing money
And hooting and hollering from a distance and stuff.
Yeah, and their cake was shaped like a penis, and the straws were shaped like penises, and little penis jokes like that in the food. And it was more about like putting the food and drinks together and that sort of thing, and making it all kind of like a dick party. But I'm sure that there are like more trashier versions of bachelorette parties where there's totally like, there's totally sex going on.
The total internet thing, right? Where the guy has like the towel behind him, shielding her privacy.
Yeah, and that seems to me like to be. I have no reason to think that that's not just like an internet porn myth. Just like the casting couch porn where the guy's always got his face blurred out and he's got the
Right.
black couch. That's not real.
No.
That's not real. And I know enough about porn to tell you exactly why it's not real. There's an episode where the gist is that he's got an ad in the paper that says he's a talent agent for adult video sites and firms or whatever, and you're going to go in, he's going to try you out, and then he's going to get you a job, and he's going to make a video of you and they usually don't know it, but like he'll just blindside him and be like, all right, now you're gonna suck my penis on camera, and he'll so they.
The line is like, oh, well, you don't have to, but your willingness to do stuff is part of your evaluation. I don't know how I could pass you on as a a good candidate.
Yeah, we're going to show this video to the producers, and that's how they pick talent. And so the idea is it's a pretty great idea. If it were actually employed, you'd be like, holy shit. And I think there was a real life guy who did something like this, and I saw a thing about him on eFucked, but the sex is really pathetic because he's just like terrible, and he's like fucking these women, and he's like telling them, he's like, make some noise, and she's like so being sarcastic, looking at the camera like, oh baby, you're such a man, and it's really humiliating for him. The women all turn it on him. But it's totally fake because it's all supposed to be happening like right then that day that he's filming by himself. But there's one where he's having sex with this chick, and in the next scene, her nails are done, and it's like a full-on like acrylic nail job that takes like an hour or two to put on. Like clearly the filming is clearly split up over several days.
I know of an episode or two where this wasn't the woman's first porn. Like this was a semi-established star, pretending to be going to it, and it's like, wait, this is like her third role. This not right.
Yeah, and there's one chick who's been back for like repeat episodes, and I'm like, wait, you made a fake porno with her, and she was willing to come back to do some lesbian shit with this new chick and a midget? And I'm like, don't get me wrong, I feel you went all out. This is a great episode. I watched twice. It literally happened. He was like seeing what this chick would be up for, and the idea of it's kind of cool. It's like, wow, he's tricked this chick into fucking a midget. But no, she didn't. Like her and the midget were probably like hanging out smoking cigarettes right before that scene. Like she's there to fuck a midget.
She's there. Plus, if you're a male stripper, if you're actually a male stripper, that's not a facet of porn. There are male strippers just like there are female strippers. You're probably not wanting to get blown. You show up to do a bachelorette party. Even though you're showing up to do a bachelorette party, you're probably not willing to get blown by anybody and everybody who's there.
Okay, I've got a guest request. I'd like someone, if there's anyone out there who knows a Chippendale dancer, someone who does this, who dances, who's like a full-on male stripper who's dancing for ladies at bachelorette parties. I'd like to talk to somebody like that and get these real answers. Because I don't think there's any other way for us to get it other than going to the guy, because a woman would lie.
Yes.
She'd be like, no, Susie didn't suck all those guys off. And of course, Susie's like, that's what Susie does.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But just if I was a male stripper and like that was my job, my biggest worry, and it's like, yeah, dude, you can go and you're banging chicks at a bachelorette party and you've got the sweetest gig ever, I would be like, man, this is my gig. And if there's a chick where I show up and she's down to pound at a bachelorette party, she's probably been around the block once or twice, and I can't get genital herpes because that's the end of my gig as a male stripper.
Well, as long as she doesn't have an outbreak, you're all good, Lefty.
Yeah, a hypothetical hot 21-year-old single Woody would have
Totally
had a
would
lot of
bang the
blowjobs.
Yeah, I totally get a lot of BJs from the MILFs at the bachelorette party. It's like, this lady's 40. This is the first time she's been outside in a while.
It's really an act of charity. It's for her as much as it is for me in that situation, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Everybody's having a good time. Although that seems like the kind of job where like there's a higher than normal percentage that like some jealous boyfriend or husband is going to come fuck your day up.
Right?
That's an issue. Yeah.
Like, hey, are you big Mike and the boys? Yeah. You had to run down in the parking lot of Chippendales if you get one too many BJ, I guess.
That's indeed.
Plus, to maintain that body, man, you're not doing anything. Like, there's no fun in
The
your
dancing,
life.
I think is a big part. If they're dancing like hours every night, you could make once they've already got.
But there's got to be diet involved.
Yeah.
I mean, who's that ab guy that does ab? Like, he's always promoting his.
The one with the big head.
He's like he's just a jacked Asian guy.
I don't
Do you know who I'm talking about? He's does ab workout videos or something.
Mm-mm.
He had a pre-roll ad that I watched, and it was him. Like, it was like a behind the scenes thing, and he was just eating. He was on a couch on a coffee table, and he's eating like a steak dinner, and just stuffing his face. And he was like, and it was badly pantomimed, but the idea was trying to be like, you don't have to, you get to eat whatever you want pretty much if you're doing what I do and you want to look like me. And I thought, while you're probably like intaking a lot of calories, they're probably really smart calories, and you're like puking up all those carbs that I'm seeing you eat, and that sweet tea that you're drinking too, man. That's not part of your diet. You have a cheat day just like The Rock, but The Rock on those non-cheat days is having like lemon water, and that's it.
Yeah, I think that's very true too, because like people who are super into fitness like that, like they don't giving them something with corn syrup in it or sugar, they're just like, that's poison. I don't want that.
Yeah, so I am not as fit as I was when I was 21. This is a pretty common trajectory people take, but most people blame it on their age. Like, oh yeah, it's just tougher when you're 40. I remember, like, when I was 21, I would just turn my nose up at most unhealthy foods. Like, what? That? No. I just don't put that kind of shit into my body. I'm not having it. And now, every once in a while, like, yeah, we'll have wings or Wendy's or something like that. And it's hard for me to trace, the difference between me now and whatever, 21 years old, how much of it is age and how much of it is diet. I worked out a ton in my younger years, and I exercised a ton. That's the same thing. And I ate well. And, I wonder how much of it is lifestyle changes and excuses that old people tell themselves.
Probably a lot. Although the living conditions and medical conditions are just, 40 is getting better every generation. Mm-hmm. There was a version of 40 that was a completely burn-up human body.
Yeah.
But if you're working in a coal mine or something like that, by 40, you're done.
That's what I've never had a job like that, but like, okay, who here on the call has laid hardwood flooring? I know I have. Yeah. On day 2 or 3 of laying hardwood flooring, how wrecked are you?
Your whole lower body, your back is done.
Yeah, your back is done. Your legs are sore. You've stood up so many times.
I remember my knees turned black and blue, and we're just a solid bruise.
I have carried the hardwood flooring from one part of the house to the other so many times, like just by the oversized 125-pound bushel or whatever packet they come in, and I'm exhausted. I'm worn out. But there are people who do that job for a living, who every day do that. They must be a special kind of durable.
It's interesting to look at the people who do jobs like that. I had a bunch of trash, and I hired a trash service the other day, and the guy who came had it. When I say trash service, he's just got like a big dump truck, and he establishes relationships with the community, and you pay this guy $20 a month, and he comes and takes your trash away. Well, I had a lot of trash, and he's throwing it all into this truck, and I noticed that this 55-year-old dude's arms are like 25 inches around or something. They're jacked. They're huge. Like he's wearing it's not a cutoff tee, but it's the sleeves are definitely not as long as normal, and they're still really clinging to like the upper part of his bicep, and they're huge. And I'm like, dude, you're jacked. He's like, yeah, but you got it where it counts, up in your head. And I'm like, the way you put that, I think I do. But you are fucking jacked.
When we moved into this house, we hired movers, and it's funny, like those guys, if you were to just look at them casually, you'd be like, they're fit enough and everything, but they're not special or anything. And then they take a freaking washing machine or dresser, strap it onto their back all by themselves, and walk it up the stairs. Yeah. And you're like, oh. And they're like, yeah, this job, it just gets that to you. Mm-hmm. And they're mega strong in areas that you don't observe that much. Like, oh, you know what? His legs are ridiculously strong. And his lower back and not your typical kind of big biceps strength, but just body durability kind of stuff. Oh, and the one guy. So one of the movers was, I don't know why it's relevant that he's black, but he was black and he was 55. And he looked 30. It was amazing.
Of the people who are shaped, whose bodies are shaped by their careers, I would think that the movers seem to me like the power lifters. Those are the guys who are just a really strong trunk. Those guys, they're always just really thick. It may not be some giant tall guy.
Oh,
He may be short, like 5'8", but he could totally just grab that dresser, like you said, and just
Have you
in a
hired
way that a normal
movers?
person. Yeah, once before. And
So
it actually ended up being a guy I went to high school with who was like the biggest, or not the biggest, but like the strongest guy from high school. He's like 5'9" and just much wider than a normal human being. He's a dwarf.
Our
Almost.
movers. So when I hired movers, I didn't personally hire them. The Cisco was I got a job at Cisco, and one of the perks was they relocate you. So they hired movers for me, and I don't know if these guys do it all the time, or if they just did it because they knew there was a disconnect between the person paying and the person moving. I was totally unaware, but they got paid by the box.
Oh.
Ho, 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 ho. These guys had like a racket, man. Like so every box had a number on it. And then they'd know, like, hey, these boxes start at like 380 and they end at 1080. There's 700 boxes here. And first of all, every box, like at first, I don't know how they're paid and how this works. And I'm like, these guys are really protecting my stuff, right? Like they would take a salt shaker like this and wrap it up with enough paper that it's the size of a lampshade, put it in a box. And I'm like,
That's awesome.
Well,
they do an
protected
amazing
from
job.
shock now. Yeah.
What's that?
They're protected from shock now. It's not
dude,
going anywhere.
Not so environmentally friendly.
It was crazy, right? But like, I'm not even exaggerating. Like we had a spice rack, this spice rack, and the stuff that goes in a spice rack. And we're not like big chefs or anything, but it was like 6 boxes worth of shit. You know, by the time you wrapped up, this is like a cinnamon shaker, plastic, wrap it all out with paper.
And in reality, it all should have been like part of one box.
Yeah, so they like if you were doing it yourself, you just like tape the spice rack door closed and call it good. But they made it like 6 boxes. The tape. You remember I said there was numbered tape that they used. I had a bunch of hockey sticks that I was moving. So they take like 8 hockey sticks, they wrap it together with this tape, and all of a sudden it's like numbers 400 through 420, right?
Wow.
It's like 20 boxes that is like a bundle of hockey sticks. And right, you could just go on and on, like, you know, a lampshade, individual box. I don't know. And I, at first, was just amazed at how protected my stuff was, how organized they were, and what a quality job they did. And it wasn't until later that I learned, like, oh, now I get, like, the monetary motivation behind their behavior. Like, the reason that, you know, fucking salt shaker, you might only fit 2 salt shakers to a box, was the way they were paid. So if I were to move now, I would throw so much stuff away. Like yeah. I'd be like, say a box is $10 to move. I'd be like, is this worth $5 to you? You can have a brand new one for $5, or you can pay $5 to get this old crappy one.
Yeah, Amazon will send a new one to your house.
Yeah, right? And a pepper one that matches. You know, like this freaking fingernail thing will be individual wrapped and put into a box, and it will be the size of a Nike shoe. I don't know why Nike. And yeah, so I would just be looking at everything. I think I would throw away 75% of my possessions and just be like, this stuff isn't worth moving. Gotta go. It's cheaper to get it new. There you go. That's how moving works.
Lots of things are rackets like that. You know who burns a lot of calories is those deadliest catch guys.
Yeah, that's true. They eat some really huge, crazy meals.
I wish I didn't get motion sickness like I do.
You'd go out there for a crab season. You think you'd try it?
No, I wouldn't really do
No,
it.
I
Not
would
the
never
current
try
version
that.
of me, right? Like it's not
It
even
looks so hard.
the crab season, but it's one. You know, like how much money do they make in the whatever 5 months they're there as a greenhorn? I'd be away from my family. I mean, that'd be a serious like marital strain. It's funny, marital strain. Like I'm aware that marital strain happens to people, right? You know, and it's like, dude, so my marriage is really solid. Like, I'm super happy with what I got going on. But a lot of the reason that it is because I make sure it stays that way, right? I don't go on 4-month-long fishing trips because that kind of stuff will strain your marriage. You know, if you're a traveling salesman and you have a job like that, which is really lucrative, that stuff's rough on a marriage. I think to myself, like, all right, what do you need to make sure you're never in like serious financial stress? Because serious financial stress brings marital stress, right? I've never been unemployed when I'm married, but I've seen it, and wives will look at their husbands a little differently when they're not working, right? Imagine yourself on the couch by 11 a.m. You sent out your resumes, and you're kind of waiting for replies, and you're watching Price is Right on TV. You're a different guy than you were when you were at work, in a wife's eyes, oftentimes. And it's just like, the reason my marriage is doing so well is I make sure I do things that make sure it always does well. I'm not saying Jackie would somehow like disown me if I fell unemployed or something, but I try to make sure that never happens. I forget. Oh, and yeah, so I wouldn't really go on an Alaskan fishing trip. My grandmother said, I'm going to screw this quote up, but it's like, when hunger comes in the door, love goes out the window. Like, all right, don't do that. No.
Okay, that's probably good words to live by.
Yeah. So, anyway, you got to make sure that I just think, like, while things are so fantastic, they are that way on purpose. And if you screw this up, don't go thinking that you're so immune, that she'll, that the troubles that get like 98% of the couples when they run into that sort of hardship will never hit home.
Good. I'm glad then that you didn't send the text asking Jackie to come pick up the plate.
Yeah, right?
Yeah, I thought better of that one. It's one thing to be like, hey, honey, I need a drink and I don't want to leave the show. It's another thing to be like, come and get a plate. I'll take the plate down later on my own.
Okay.
What was I going to say? Oh, do we need a whole new topic?
Yes.
What is your genetic disadvantage?
My hip's hurting right now. Could that possibly be one?
Oh, well, my eyes, obviously.
Okay.
My eyesight is not as good as it could have, as good as it could be. It's actually kind of bad. So.
I'm struggling with my own here. I know that when I was born, my toes kind of pointed inwards, and I was I'm still not a very good runner, and I think that might be a part of it. But my father runs all the time. I don't know if I can.
Yeah, it's hard to link any issues that I have as a genetic issue.
Yes. I was going to say my nose is bigger than I like, but that's because it's been broken too many times. Both my parents have better noses than me.
You get a nose job.
You get those toes corrected at the same time.
Yeah, there you go.
Wait, what? Toes?
Yeah, you get your toes corrected.
My toes are fucking awesome.
You get them facing forward.
Oh, I kind of grew out of it.
No, I bet they could totally break the toe, realign it.
It's not toes. It's like at the ankle level. Like my feet point in. Go misery style on it. Just like tie me to a bed, break those things open.
Oh, those bionics are so great now. You almost want to lose your foot.
Right? The little like flappy flipper things that people wear and bounce around.
I'm hoping I lose my lower half sometime soon. It's almost like Clone Wars where you can get a whole body.
From the knee down, stock equipment is old school.
I might replace a lot of stuff. I don't know.
I might replace a lot of stuff.
Exactly.
Yeah, I could General Grievous with this. I've gotten into Clone Wars. I'm really enjoying it.
Are you on that?
The animation gets much better by like the 4th or 5th season.
And it answers some questions. I'm not going to spoil it for you, but I was hoping I'd learn stuff I didn't learn in the movies, and that didn't really happen. It just sort of filled in that gap. What is the gap between which? Is it 2 and 3?
Yes.
Yeah, that's the most interesting part of Star Wars. They put this Clone Wars in the right spot. But it wasn't perfect.
I think Star Wars is better episodically than it is in some 2-hour movie. I really hate the Star Wars movies. They're crap. And but the TV show is great because there's so many adventures to go on and so many characters in this vast universe that when you try to compile it down to a couple of movies, it's really jumbled. And it's like, why is everyone in this tiny part of the galaxy right now?
And another thing is, I think it's better animated than live action. And
some of it is.
I would like the lightsaber fights in particular.
Yeah.
Those are supposed to be superheroes doing their fights, right? They're supposed to be dodging and blocking and being incredible. When I see like
actors.
who's the
Mark
Liam
Hamill.
Nielsen. That's what I'm going for. Liam Nielsen plays Obi-Wan Kenobi's father. Not father, mentor. Master is the term they use.
Qui-Gon Jinn.
And Liam Nielsen is like 50 something. When he moves, he's slow. He doesn't.
Ginger.
I'm looking for better than human movement, and what I'm getting in the live action stuff is below average human movement. Right, slow, drawn out.
It should look like a Bruce Lee movie.
or better.
Or
Right,
better.
I'm
That's what
looking
they-
for like an Iron Man Flash kind of like thing, and that's what I get in the dude when they do like flips in the air, like the jump tuck flip things.
Yeah.
What they do in the cartoon or animated series, if you want to be snooty about it, but what they do in that is what I'm looking for. That kind of fighting, that kind of action, that kind of superhero stuff is incredible.
Yeah.
What they do in the live action, it's not enough.
If I were
CGI,
going to tell
guess.
someone to only watch one piece of Star Wars, it would be the Clone Wars, because you get most of the information and you're not bothered by what is the rest of it is just subpar and it doesn't fit together well. There's just too many inconsistencies brought on by the fact that they're produced like 30 years apart from each other. The 6 movies are, and the little things like, for example, when Darth Vader is unmasked and masked in Return of the Jedi, he of course looks nothing like the actor who played Anakin Skywalker, and he should a little, but he doesn't. And there's really no reason for him to sound like he does either. It's just there's a lot of things that I just can't. It's the Star Wars universe. I can't suspend my disbelief anymore. It just becomes silly.
Yeah, and I like the prequel lightsaber fights because now when I go back and watch the original lightsaber fights, it's just talking about Qui-Gon Jinn and the live action actors and their lightsaber fights not being as as superhero-esque.
And the Force use was so little.
Right, and it's just there's nothing
Hey, guys.
in the original films. It's just awful.
Yeah.
The fight, it's just lame kind of. The best one is in Return of the Jedi, and even then, what really happens with the lightsaber fight between Luke and Vader?
Mm-hmm.
It's nothing at all. And the prequels, the one thing they did right was the lightsaber fights, and they made them more energetic. And
Yeah, but the computer animation, they had to. That's the only way you can display what it's like when someone who's supposed to be a superhero has a fight with a plasma sword.
and I'll say it in the first one, in the Phantom Menace, when that door opens and it's Darth Maul and he doesn't say anything and he's just got the double-sided lightsaber and he's like, it's fucking go time. That's a cool scene.
Yeah,
The
yeah.
rest of the movie sucks, but that was a cool ass scene. Where
I
he's just
agree
like,
with
Let's
that.
do this.
And my problem is the inconsistencies from film to film to the Clone Wars. In the Clone Wars, almost every Jedi has incredible Force abilities where, they can move a spacecraft if they need to. They can throw, 8 robots out of the way suddenly if they need to. They can pick anyone up with a neck crusher if they need to. They can all do it. But, go back to the first film and like how Obi-Wan Kenobi just looked like a bumbling idiot compared to what he is in the Clone Wars. In the Clone Wars, he's General Kenobi. He's the driving force behind the Clone Wars. Like he's the main guy. Like coming up with strategy and stuff, seemingly on the battlefield. But in the first film, they're like, "You fought in the Clone Wars," and he's like, "That was a long time ago." Like, come on, that's all you're gonna give him? You were General Kenobi. You commanded the whole fleet, and you're just like, "Yeah, I was in the Clone Wars once. Yeah, sure." I don't like it. I hate Star Wars movies. They're crap.
Star Trek original series and the Next Generation movies.
Oh, it's so good. Star Trek is so much better. It really is.
That's all right. That's going to be a fight. I know that's going to be a fight.
Oh, it's so much better. It's so much better.
I'm so
Watch
torn, man. Like,
Name me a Star Wars movie that's better than The Wrath of Khan. There isn't one.
which Wrath of
There
Khan?
isn't one. The Wrath of Khan. Star Trek II, The Wrath of Khan. The one with...
the old one?
Yeah, with Ricardo Montalban.
I like the new ones better than the old ones.
I like the new ones too, but Wrath of Khan is the best of the older ones, and when the fans vote, it's always number 1, even higher than the new 2 movies.
Yeah, it's
Sometimes,
the
dude, you do YouTube. You know how big nostalgia is.
It's really a good movie. It's the good one. It's more of a warrior, like cat and mouse type game, and there's a lot of hate between Kirk and Ricardo Montalban's character Khan, and it's like an old rivalry that came from the show back in the '60s, and they're playing. It's good. I like it.
It's good. All right. I think the Star Trek movies are probably better. The thing is, I think that the right person, if you got somebody different maybe, to make Wait, did I say Star Wars was better? I meant Star Trek is better. But I think if the right person made Star Wars, that the material is could be better, right? I like the idea of space pirates, and I like what Han Solo was. Take out the love story, right? Or at least put it seriously in the backstreet. Jar Jar Binks, kill him. The crowd will cheer. Oh my God, it'll be so amazing. The corny children stuff, right? Like that pod racer scene, to me, designed for video game production. It was like he wasn't interested in the art of making a fantastic movie, which should be profitable enough for him, right? He's a billionaire. He was interested instead in making sure that the merchandising was effective. And that's where the pod racers was, the Howard Cosell voices. It's like Star Wars could be a fantastic movie if they just took away the silliness. Before Jar Jar Binks, who was a silly, loathe, hateable character, C-3PO was almost as stupid.
The Ewoks.
The Ewoks, right? But C-3PO did the robot dance. Like that's
Let me quote the Emperor. This is what Emperor Palpatine says to Luke Skywalker in the Return of the Jedi on the fucking new Death Star over the planet. He says, "I've got an entire legion of my crack troops closing in on your friends now." And he did. An entire legion of his crack troops. They had those walkers, those tanks, the whole bit. These are his best guys. And they're defeated by the Ewoks, who are
stuffed animals that throw rocks.
In the movies, they are literally portrayed by midgets in suits. Okay, that's how big they are. These are midgets. These are
teddy bear suits.
Yeah, they have bows and arrows and like slings, and they can build
whatever
stuff.
Whatever that thing is when you put a rock in it and you swing it around and then you throw it.
Yeah, that's what they've got. And they defeated the clone troopers. These are the direct clones of fucking Boba Fett.
Yep.
Or not Boba, but
Bob?
Jango Fett.
Jango. Oh, okay.
Yeah. So
you're right.
Boba's.
He's a kid who grows up and So it's his father. Anyway. But I feel like Star Wars could have been so fantastic if you ripped out the stupidity and focused on like the space pirate fantastic aspect that was this nugget of a great idea.
Yeah, but I think to him that's only part of that universe, and it's a kid's silly fantasy thing to him in that universe. Because just look at the accents. Even in the first one, they're all too often these stereotypical accents. It'll be like this overblown Asian character or Jamaican character or like a New York Bronx like really strong accent. They're familiar accents. They're just stereotypes, and then they'll make an alien who's kind of a stereotype himself with like enormous features that are characteristic to that stereotype. Like if it's a Mexican guy, he'll have some weird mustache or something. It's always like that. I don't like it.
Here's what I'm saying. Then I just figured out how to say it better. Star Wars could be at least as good as Firefly if you had the right person at the helm. And it didn't. Instead, it was like Firefly with ruining factors in it, like Jar Jar Binks, C-3PO, Howard Cosell narrated pod racers and stuff. It was
that little kid was too.
Yeah,
he was too like. He should have been dark. He should have been.
Oh, how great that would have been.
He should have been like a little bit ominous, but and a lot of hate in his heart already. He should have already been tainted and like with dark circles under his eyes.
It's like he wasn't even a child actor. He was just a child.
Yeah, and it shouldn't have been filmed like in this bright film stock that it is. It shouldn't be so bright and like it should be dark. It should be sinister. Like he should be in a depressing, terrible place where he's getting beaten and maybe his mother's a whore. It should have been better. That's how you make Star Wars. Anakin Skywalker, his mother's like a whore.
Yes.
She's got a scar on her face, and he gets beaten when he tries to defend her.
Dad was killed.
His dad was killed.
Dad didn't run out on this sympathetic figure. No. Dad was killed, and it's one of the reasons he's angry.
Yeah, something like that. He should be dark from the beginning, not this like, "Hey, Mister, gee golly." No, it was bullshit. Like this is the most evil being in the universe. First of all, looking back, Darth Vader's not that evil. He's not that evil of a guy. What does he do that's so evil? If you look in the Clone Wars, when like Darth Maul comes back and he's with his brother Savage, they massacre like planets of peaceful people. Like they slice crowds of children in half and keep moving for the next crowd. That's evil. Darth Vader was just
Vader wasn't even the one that destroyed Alderaan. It was the other guy that was part of the Empire.
Really?
Remember in the original one, it wasn't Vader who was like, "We're destroying Alderaan. We're doing this." It was the guy in the, Vader, release him. That guy destroyed.
Yeah,
was the one that
Vader's
was like,
not even the boss of the ship when the Emperor's not there. He's like third or fourth in command. It's like he's not even a military unit. He's just kind of the Emperor's buddy who oversees things. He was like a corporate manager at a local store. Like they didn't really take him that seriously. And of course, in all the other things we have to look at, like the new movies, it's like, yeah, he's the main guy. He's the head cheese. You don't want to fuck with Vader. You think of him as the main bad guy, but he wasn't evil in the movies. He didn't do anything. Like he wasn't even going to kill Princess Leia. He had her like locked up. All he did was kill some soldiers.
Yeah, all he did was kill Obi-Wan. Spoiler alert. And then he had a face turn at the end of the movie. Then it was just like, oh, I got to save my son, which completely came out of nowhere and wasn't set up at all.
Nope.
It was just like, oh, I'm going to save my son now. Okay.
Yeah, they didn't. They didn't. The whole thing from beginning to end. I'm telling you, the best bit of Star Wars is the Clone Wars animated show because it's long format. So there's all these new enemies that they can kill. And the Jedi are constantly cutting people in half and stabbing them, and people are dying because it's like kind of an adult show, and it's good. And I like all the new characters.
I like it. Plus, did they figure out metachlorians finally?
They
can we
haven't.
explain what the Force is?
I think they're still going with the the new explanation that it's some stuff in your blood and high concentrations that are making you basically a space wizard.
I agree, and I don't like that.
I don't like the I don't mind it, but I don't like the inconsistency in their force powers, and either he can lift a tank all the time or not. You've got to decide just how strong this guy's force ability is, and you got to equate it to the rest of them.
I'm with you on that too, because it just, I don't know how to say.
Sometimes they move enormous things.
Yeah, and sometimes they're they move enormous things, like building-sized things. And then other times it's like, help, I'm trapped under this girder.
Yeah, remember
days.
that when Anakin and Mace were trapped under that rubble for days, and they had to send the robot for help? Meanwhile, I saw an episode where Anakin and Mace together moved a spaceship or something. Like the whole spaceship. It's happened several times where spaceships were moved about. And Ventress did it one time just by a flick of her wrist and moved a whole fucking one of those tri-winged spaceships. I need consistency.
Yeah, sometimes lifting an X-Fighter is a really big deal. Other
Luke Skywalker couldn't do it.
Yeah, until he eventually managed to just barely get a grip on it. And then other times, they're lifting things that are 40 times heavier than that.
Yeah, at least. And doing it quickly, it's not like a slow push, I can barely power lift this space cruiser out of the water. It's more like I can sling this fucking spaceship against you. I can throw you across.
You mentioned it in another show too, Superman, you at least know his power set. Super fast, flies, super strong, bulletproof, heat vision, and cold breath. And you know that he will use all those tools every time. Mm-hmm. Whereas Jedis, on the other hand, they're super gymnasts, great sword fighters, and they can move stuff. And sometimes they're able to do Jedi mind tricks. That's it. And it seems like they use their stuff really inconsistently. If I'm in a sword fight with you... Sorry, sneezed. If I'm in a sword fight with you, I would definitely use my ability to push you across the room sometimes, or off a ledge.
Yeah, totally. Or I would use it to balance a whole array of lightsabers that would spin around you in circles or something.
Yeah,
Maybe I would send like ninja stars at you really fucking fast from like behind you, so you can't stop. While we're in that like locked up position, they always get in where they're like,
yeah, right.
like that's the point where like I would have engineered like some poison tipped boot long ago and like Kid Kenobi and like Dunzo. Like we didn't. Turns out, guys, we didn't have to build those amphibious robots and sneak them in that debris field. We could have just kicked General Kenobi a long time ago. Like that's totally it. You just gotta kick him.
And then the
or
other
I would
thing,
just use my force to force the if I can fix some kind of coupling from where I'm watching a fucking pod race through a screen, because remember he did that in the original in Phantom Menace, and if I can force a chance cube to come up the way I want to, I'm just going to whatever Vegas is in that galaxy, and I'm going to be the richest goddamn Jedi there ever was, and fuck all this Empire bullshit. I'm going to the Bahamas, baby. I'm rich.
Yeah, but that's the thing. They don't want that stuff. They really the Jedi are so pure of heart that they literally aren't interested in that. You could tell them, "I'll give you $1 million. Yeah, I'll give you all this money, and you can just leave and go enjoy it." And they'd be like, "No, this is what I do. I'm a Jedi." They're like the purest of the pure. They're peacekeepers. They only want to balance the Force.
And be unpure.
Which is a great, noble ideal, and it's wonderful to build your story around. But there's just so many inconsistencies. I've struggled to enjoy the movies at all. Really hate them.
New topic?
Yeah, probably so.
Lefty, you choose a question or mic talk.
Please don't choose mic talk.
Look at that sexy black mic. It's right there. Is that an RE320?
The Electro Voice RE320, $292 on Amazon right now if you want to go get your own.
Now you chose it above the RE20 that I have.
Did he just turn off his mic? I think he did.
We'll make it quick. Why'd you choose it above the one I have?
I watched some comparison videos, and the RE320 sounded a lot brighter than the RE20 itself. The RE20 sounded just kind of muffled in what it sounded like. And also, I was listening. I'm on the kick drum setting right now. That's what I have right now. So I'm going to switch. This is more of the flat setting on the RE320. This is how I sound with. I've done some EQ work. I'm still messing around with it. And now I'm back to the kick drum setting.
Huh. I might like the flat more. I don't know.
You do? Okay.
Yeah, I didn't hear a lot of it, but based on that tiny sample, I felt like the flat enunciated a little better, as opposed to the kick drum, which kind of drones it. It's almost like the kick drum's the less flat, but I could be crazy and wrong. It was a short sample.
Yeah, the kick drum, it's got. I can even show you the curve on it.
It's like it takes off the highs.
Let's see, which one is this? No, the kick drum, it's just about as responsive in the high end, frequency response wise. Oh, you're not even going to see that because it's high gloss paper. But all it is there's a dip in the mid range. There's an attenuation centered on about 340 hertz.
But the mid range is where the human voice is. It's almost like it drops it.
Yeah, I don't know. I listened to it and I liked this sound better, but I'm open to playing around with it more and more.
I'm interested in what you do with your next interface, because I'm kind of. I know you're going towards Behringer, and I'm too much of a snob to get one of those.
Yeah.
You know what I would do if I were into mics? I would go in the other direction. I'd get one of those old school microphones, one of the ones with like, I don't know.
I know.
Like
the 1950s look, it's almost metal grill in the front.
Yeah, like in A Brother Where Art Thou, that big crazy microphone, and I would somehow make that compatible with my PC, and that would be my thing. I'd have the old school like 1950s microphone somehow working and bringing that old timey sound.
I've looked at them because I have the same like dude, I'd like a old timey look, but they don't like, dude. You know what I want from a mic half the time? I want it to make it sound like I've been through puberty. You know, if you put on a cheap mic like an Astro mic or something, all it does is give you like the highest high of your voice, and it doesn't sound good. I wish I could easily just swap mics without putting this whole show at risk, and with all my audio fussing.
Right.
If we were in a Skype call together, it would be easy to do, and you'd be like, that's the difference between a good mic and a bad one, and you'd know it.
It's a big difference. It's the difference between like an old cell phone and a landline. It just comes in clearer, and you
It's-
get more depth of sound.
It's better, but I think a lot of what Lefty has in his great audio is he turns up the bass on, like, I have what's called an interface that makes a mic work with a computer, but it doesn't have like an equalizer on it. Lefty has, is it, what
It's
is
like
it?
a mixing board. It's got a
Mixing
British
board.
EQ is what it's called. It's got the high, mid, and low on it, so I can mess with.
Yeah, I don't have a mixing board. He does, and I kind of think about going that direction sometimes.
Alesis makes good products, the USB interfaces that a lot of people.
I
really like.
hated my Alesis. I might not have had a good one. It was the first one I ever bought, and it wasn't digital. It was analog. So when you cranked it up to work with the SM7B, it brought a hiss, and like I tried to convince myself it wasn't a problem, but I couldn't do it. It was unacceptable, 100% bad. No one would have accepted it, but they probably have nice digital boards too.
Now, can you explain the difference between an analog and a digital board? Because what is the difference there?
I'm no genius on this, but the big difference is that a digital board can typically give you a lot more clean gain, right? Whereas an analog, when you turn it up, you get all this hissing, and it's not a subtle hiss. I mean, it literally was like it was that bad, and I'm talking over it, and I'm like, well, maybe I could put a noise gate on the hiss or something, and the SM7B, as you may know, requires a lot of clean gain to run nicely, and it. Now we're really good. I didn't expect the mic talk to go this long. The beauty of it, which I've said many times, is that it only picks up your voice right in front of it. I can have dogs running by the hallway and garage doors opening and wife yelling at kids, and no one knows. Whereas, like the mic that Lefty has, assuming it's much like my similar mic, I can grab it. It kind of picks up room sound. And that's not always what I'm looking for. It's great for the podcast because I don't have to have my head. This thing's all trapped in wires. It's great for the podcast because I don't have to have my face right on the mic. But for commentary, I don't think it's so great because it picks up the other stuff in the house, which is why I like to have so many mics. And you can see, like, just to look at it, the similarities between Lefty's mic and mine.
Yeah, they're the exact same form factor too.
Yeah,
Both.
and this is the mic that I used to use on my podcast all the time, and I like it. It's a great mic. It's the one Rush Limbaugh uses, actually. It's exactly the same.
Christ.
I don't like his politics a ton, but I love his voice. I mean, that guy could convince a gay person to hate gay marriage, at least temporarily, just through the power of persuasion, and so much of that comes from like his amazing booming voice.
Oh, by the way, here's what I'll do. I'll do the rest of the show with the flat setting. That way, there will be plenty of sound that people can judge.
There you have it.
I like the kick.
That was mic talk.
There you go.
No,
now you
that
guys
was
talk
that
about
was my
gas.
part
Fascinating.
one.
And I
Most
can go to-
fascinating.
We can bring in the other mic I've got here. Isn't she a beauty? This is my favorite mic in the.
This is my girl. I'm never gonna forget her. She got me into a lot of the Rode Procaster.
I don't get it.
Show it again.
You want
weren't.
this, Kyle? The Rode Procaster?
I think I have. I honestly think I have one.
Well, hook that shit up, man. It's gonna sound a lot better than even what you got right now. It's gonna sound amazing compared to that.
I know I've got a podcaster.
What are you using right now?
Just this snowball thingy.
It's, if this was 2011 and you just saved
Oh,
up,
wow. It's not even mine.
and you want to get into the commentary game.
I traded the
Right.
podcaster for it.
If this were 2011 and you had been mowing yards for some time and you were really excited because you've got your first mic, then the snowball would be a
Okay,
thing.
fine. I'll hook up the other microphone next time. I'll go get it now if you'd like. If we wanted to shut the fucking thing down, I'll go upstairs, get the other microphone, get the whole
You can
clamp
go.
and
Woody and I can
arm,
talk about
But
mics
wait,
and
wait.
sisters.
stupid springy arm thing.
Are you still using USB mics?
Yeah.
You're so adorable.
Oh, see, I find it ridiculous that you're going for. I go back and I listen to the show, and I don't hear more than like 20% difference between what I do and what you and Lefty do. I hear the difference, but I don't think it's more than 20%.
Lefty in particular, I think, sounds good. This mic is not the best sounding mic in the world, but I like it because it's a boom mic, and I can slouch in my chair. I can stand
Oh, I would
up.
love that. I've got to achieve that quickly because, like, in my setup right now, where I'm gaming, like, it's really annoying to have like be on
Yeah.
this microphone.
I got this because I was live streaming a lot, and my choices were either the Astro mic, which I no longer find. I have the old Astro mic, which is better than the new one, but even that was not where I wanted it to be. Or, like freaking, if this is here, it's a little off screen. I have to get my head here, all the time, and I can't move around. I can't laugh. I can't do my thing. Like with the boom mic, it's always where it needs to be. I have it set at the distance it should be, and I'm set. With this, sometimes I sound good, sometimes I sound bad, sometimes I'm in a cave, sometimes I'm perfect. It's that's why I don't like it. Oh, and then having it not pick up your keyboard sounds is a stunt in itself. With podcasting, like what we're doing now, it's not such a big deal because I don't type very much. But if we were gaming and every time I hit like the space bar, it was like a big audio event, that's bad.
Yeah, I gotta buy to get the shock mount that Electro Voice makes for the RE form factor.
It's not cheap.
No, it's $100, man.
Yeah,
I was
dude,
like,
this thing. So the headset was expensive-ish. I think it was. I'm gonna call it $350. If it's less than that, I don't mean to lie. If it's more than that, I don't mean to brag or whatever. But I think it was $350. But what really got me is this stupid cable was $70.
wow.
Right? And it's a 6-pin XLR, which there's probably some audio guru out there who's like, I know where you can get yourself 6-pin XLR. But I didn't. And I looked a lot. And then I got Dr. Chiz to help me. And he looked. And neither of us are like Google noobs, right? Like, Kyle, think of yourself. If you had to find some product, you could probably find it, right?
I consider myself an excellent Googler.
I think you'd struggle to find a 6-pin XLR like this one.
So we're looking for a 6-pin XLR cable for your headset, right?
Yeah, it's got to be 6-pin XLR on one side and then like a 1/4-inch mic jack on the other side combined with a 3-pin XLR, right? So it's like an adapter cable.
Okay, give me 1 second. I'm going to mute my thing.
You could have 30 minutes because I ended up writing the company for support, asking them where to buy this thing. I was like, I figured out that this is the mic, the headset I want, and I just could not find the cable. It will be interesting if you find this thing as quickly as you say. Then next time I'm going to ask you for help. But I tried hard, and eventually I found it. But it's.
So you want to go from a 6-pin XLR to a 3-pin?
3-pin combined with a 1/4-inch headphone jack. Right, because this is not only a mic but a headset, right? So on the other side, it should have a mic plug and a headset plug, or a headphone plug, I guess.
Now I'm thinking I should probably get a digital mixer, but they're really expensive compared to analog mixers for USB connectivity.
Now, your mic doesn't take as much gain as an SM7B does, but if you can get lots of clean gain, then you can have any mic in the world.
Exactly. Yeah.
So I'm seeing a lot of the 3-pin to 6-pin adapters, but you're telling me in addition to the 3-pin, it also has to have a microphone jack?
The 3-pin is the mic jack. It needs to have that 1/4-inch headphone jack. Send a link of what you got.
Okay. So like something like, I'm copy pasting and then removing this ridiculous effects package I have here. I've got the sounds. There you go. So what about that is wrong, and I can narrow my search down better.
That looks like it is a 3-pin to 3-pin 6-foot cable.
Oh, I apologize. I do have the 6-pin 3-pin link.
That is the most common audio cable on the planet.
Okay.
Thank you for your help, sweetheart.
Here you go. Here's dual 3-pin to 6-pin male adapter for wired intercoms.
All right, I'm waiting for your second link.
Yeah, my hands are moving as fast as they can go.
All right, so this is what he found me before. They just straight up standard.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
This has the potential to be it because it's not it. But this is the company where I found it. Now I've given you hints.
I found it, I think.
Really?
I may be wrong here, but I don't know. It looks like it's got an additional little thing on it. I don't know anything about this stuff.
That is not it.
Son of a bitch.
Yeah. No, it's no joke, man. I suspect that my Google skills are on par with yours, and I tried for a long time. But I did manage to find it, and the whole headset like went in my head into like another level of pricing. And when $70 for the cable turns, it was like $350, and now all of a sudden it's $420, and it's like that's not the same thing. It might have even been $90 for the cable. It was a lot, but also I wear this so much, it is now my new hairstyle. I don't know if you guys get this too. You see my head?
It goes flat above your ears.
Yeah, I get that when I just do my hair. If I put on my headsets, I get like a fucking thing. Yeah, that's
If you just have put product in your hair and then you sit down and put your headset on, you just created a real mistake. You look like
Yes,
your
I
hair's
know.
deformed.
I do it every day. I'm like training my hair to like do this every day. Like like I roll out of bed, I work. At some point, like hours later, it might be like 2 p.m. I run myself through the shower quickly, right? Because I got a lot of work to do. Work. I might not even be that clean. I get myself out of the shower, come back in, put my headset on, begin working again, and now I've got that.
Yeah, if I don't expect to have to be going out, I'll have the headset on, and I just won't even care that it's my head is misshapen, and then I'll have to go out. I'm like, look at my fucking head, look at my head right now, and my hair is much longer than yours, so it's like,
Yeah,
it's much worse the
if
longer
I
your hair is.
brush it or something, it'll get 50% better, but it still exists. When I come out of the shower, it's now trained to do that. I have to like brush it in both directions a couple times to undo it.
Headset head.
Yeah,
Headset
dude.
head.
But I it's expensive, but I justify it to myself because I honestly wear this thing, 10 to 14 hours a day, like every day. So get the one you want, I guess.
Game of Thrones talk.
We could do that, or I have another topic.
go ahead and talk Game of Thrones. I got my
I
talk.
sat through that goddamn microphone talk. I gotta
Just
say,
don't be mad if I actually do have to go to the bathroom.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm
Go ahead.
not
Go ahead.
like,
All
I'm
right,
not
all
like
right.
fuck this. I'm out. I gotta peace out. Yeah.
So
Go
if
ahead,
you haven't
Kyle.
seen the latest episode of Game of Thrones as of May 17th, it won't be the episode that comes out Sunday. So if you haven't seen it, spoiler alert, but she finally got there to save her brother, and he's really and it was badass. Like I said it was gonna be, right. She comes in and she's giving a speech while they roll up to the Dreadfort. That's the name of the place they're rolling into. And she's giving him a speech. She's like, they
have your prince. So long as he is the captive there, then it's a spit in the eye.
Every Ironborn man.
Exactly.
They mutilated him.
What they do to him, they are doing to you, for he is your prince. And they're
everything they've done to him, they've done to you.
This is her 50 best fighting men rolling up, and they're not going to take this shit anymore.
And guess how they get in there? It's the coolest way possible. Grappling
hooks up castle walls, right? Doing this
and
shit.
the first guy that encounters her, because she's leading the fucking battle up the princess is leading the battle, the first up the grappling hook rope.
Yeah, if you're not a Game of Thrones fan, it's an unusually badass princess. Right?
Bad motherfucker. She hatchets this guy right in the skull immediately, and then just walks away nonchalantly, like, let's go get fucking Theon. And you're like, hell yeah. Theon's gonna snap out of it. He's gonna fucking take up arms right here. His sister's gonna kill Ramsay. Oh. This is the kind of story I've been waiting for.
Absolutely. Something
They're gonna
is
take
happening.
the fucking
Plot
Dreadfort.
advancement.
Yes, the fucking Ironborn are going to be a serious, thing to deal with now in the North. They're going to be taking the Ramsays out.
It's go time.
No. Theon is broken, and as we saw later, Theon's been tortured more than we've even seen. He's really fucked up.
Wait,
now.
What did you see it later?
He was covered in scars, covered.
Oh,
in
I
them.
think I'd seen that. Wasn't a surprise to me.
I hadn't noticed that many scars and burns and parts that look like the skin had just been torn off. It was bad. Mm-hmm. He's been roughed up worse than I knew.
Right.
He didn't go with them. And then she runs out and they're like, "What about the prince?" And she's like, "The prince is dead."
He wasn't dead. right? It was a more of a spiritual. The prince is dead. It was
exactly.
like the prince that you once knew has changed into someone else. That guy
Yeah,
is dead.
there's no more Theon Greyjoy. There's only Reed.
You talk about. I don't even want to say this because plot advancement. I mean, I think some people are done hearing about it, but I have been really excited about this particular plot line. Right?
Yeah.
Last season's cliffhanger. By the way, this is like episode 6, I think, of this
Yeah.
season. So last season's cliffhanger was her giving an inspirational speech. I am going to fix my family's honor. I'm going to grab our 50 best fighters. We're going to load them
50
into our
best killers in the
fastest,
Iron Islands. Grabbing our fastest ship.
and we're going to go and we are going to rescue my brother.
sail
For
the
he
narrow
is
sea.
Ironborn. Yeah,
We're gonna march on the Dread Fort.
and they're ready to get this done. And then it's like, what, 12 minutes of last week's show, and it might as well not have happened. She goes in.
It wasn't even.
She's like, he's a bit of a puss now. Forget it. I'm out. And
You know, I really felt let down by it, and then they sort of led into that now they're going to have him pretend like he's Theon, which I think is going to make it worse for me. I mean, like, I'm not going to enjoy that.
Mhm.
I thought there was the potential there, and it's the writing. You know, it's not like the show's fault. It's, you know, how he wrote the books. But I felt like the writing let me down right there. I was like, this is a moment when you've been really taking it out of the viewer or the reader for a while with a lot of bad things. And there's been some potential, some sunshine, some glimmer behind the clouds, but for the most part, the world is in a sad place right now. Here's a great time to start having the good guys take one back. Even though the Greyjoys aren't exactly the
Aren't
good guys.
exactly good
I mean,
guys, but-
they're somewhere in the middle.
no one's that good.
No one's that good. And
Right.
if they are, they get beheaded. The Starks were that good, and there aren't many left.
Yep. And I'm going to talk about what's not in the shows yet, but I know so little, I swear this part isn't even a spoiler. I'm told this. I think someone sent it to me on Reddit in a private message. They're like, Woody, the part of Game of Thrones that you've enjoyed so far was the part where there's a lot of plot advancement. The things about people actually going and fighting and this and that. At the end of this season, like, he knows like where in the books it will end. He's like, after that, there's really what you don't like. It is all politics and character development and like political jockeying. I can't say more without repeating myself because there's not that much. I'm told that the next season or possibly the next 2 seasons are the part of Game of Thrones that I find to be almost filler. You know,
Yeah.
I want, bring on the freaking wizards, right? That's what I'm ready for. I want wizards battling dragons. I want dragons picking up people. I want, to get Daenerys over there, bring a war on.
I want siege units. I want catapults like
that are
battering
lasting over multiple
walls.
shows. Like the Battle of Blackwater. I'm sorry, I overtalked you, but I'm excited. The Battle of Blackwater was awesome. It was a fantastic 12 minutes of Game of Thrones or whatever it was. It was great, but that was it, right? I want like a couple of weeks of amazing battle and back and forth, and it looks like a winner and the clutched victory from the jaws of defeat, and like that's what I'm looking for. A nice epic scene. And what I'm getting, like, a lot of people really liked Tyrion's speech at the end, right? Like, oh, what do you think of that, Woody? Well, that was a thing. To me, it was like, oh, they just took that and they drug it out across a couple episodes, and
I didn't think so. The whole court proceeding was one episode. He's asked for the trial by combat, but that's coming later. That's apart from, they did the whole court thing in one episode, and his speech is pretty close to the books. I read what that part of the book.
Is he going to represent himself in the trial by combat?
I don't know, but my guess is that he's going to have Jaime fight, and that his father, as the court, maybe gets to pick his champion, and he's going to pick Prince Oberyn, who is like, I don't know, what do they call him, the Viper or something. He's like this incredible swordsman or warrior. I think he's a spear.
Oh, wait, I didn't even consider that. If that would be so brilliant by, is it Tyrion? Is that the dwarf guy? If he said, I demand a trial by combat, and then he picks Jaime to represent him, suddenly his father wants to stack this so that Jaime doesn't die because he's the bloodline.
No, he won't do that. Oh yeah, and Jaime just has made that deal to like continue the bloodline. So now it is kind of, Yeah, he might do that. He'll be conflicted. But his father's such a ruthless motherfucker. His father is going to pick Prince Oberyn, I think. I
Who's
think he's
Prince
gonna pick,
Oberyn again?
he's the other judge, the guy who's fucking
Right.
everybody. He's the one who's like, please let me fight the mountain. He's this incredibly famous warrior from across the
He's
from
an expert in poisons.
among other things.
Yeah. I predict if he does choose that, I think Dad is going to stack the deck so that Jamie is sure to win, and then therefore
Shown that kind of like concern for his children over like honor and what is right. Like almost never.
he's shown concern for Jamie, I think, several times.
When
I mean, the whole deal to save Tyrion was to make sure that his bloodline survives. He's shown, maybe not for his children, but selfishly for his family being more important than everything else. His bloodline, his place in history.
That's true, but he's also very greedy about it. Cersei made a point to him that, like, you know, every time he's doing something for the family, it also seems to benefit him. I don't know what he's going to do. We'll find out in a couple of days.
It's interesting because,
but my guess is that he picks Oberyn to fight Jaime Lannister, and I think Oberyn might kill Jaime Lannister.
my guess is he does pick Jaime Lannister to represent him. His father finds him in a hard spot, and then all of a sudden Jaime Lannister goes up against like someone who is either going to take a dive or like that drunk. He's already dead.
He's already dead. Whoever Jaime Lannister has to fight is going to be somebody. Is going to be a big character. I predict someone's dying over this trial. I don't think it's Tyrion. I think he's too smart to die, and he's too central. They'll kill anybody. They won't kill Tyrion. I feel like Tyrion is almost like George R.R. Martin's voice. He's the most intelligent character in the entire show. He's the most witty. And he's the most disfigured and ugly. And look at George R.R. Martin. I bet he considers himself to be the smartest.
If there's one thing I've learned in Game of Thrones, if there's one best part of Game of Thrones, it's that nobody's safe. Not even Tyrion. Not even the dad. Not even Ned Stark was the most central figure when he died. Robb Stark was probably one of the most central figures. Well, definitely one of, but he was the favorite to win the Game of Thrones, and then he died.
Here, the characters that I can see lasting long, Tywin Lannister isn't going anywhere. Tyrion isn't going anywhere, and the Hound isn't going anywhere. No way.
I haven't seen anyone have a safe spot in that show. Ned Stark was the safest of the safe when he died.
He was. It was shocking. And then Robb Stark and his mother and the wife and the baby. That was all incredibly shocking.
And the mom and the wife and the baby
But I really feel
dead,
the way
Theon Greyjoy was pretty significant too when they got being a significant King Joffrey's dead.
That's true. I don't know. I just can't see it happening. So I don't know if you know what Tyrion is supposed to look like in the books, but he's much more disfigured than he is in the show. Like his nose is gone and just leaves that hole like a ghoul would have, and it's much worse. He's supposed to be hideous, and his only redeeming quality is his wit.
He's actually kind of handsome.
Yeah, he's not a bad looking guy. He's got a kind of a swagger about him, and I've seen his. I don't know if it's his girlfriend or his wife, but she's a hot, normal sized chick. Not that it would be unusual for him to date a normal sized chick. I'm not racist against midgets. I know they hate that word, but I still use it because it's just what I use. I'm going to keep calling you midgets. You can't just decide you're going to be dwarves or little people. You got to get together, have a big vote, and we get to vote too because we're the big people, and then we decide what to call you. But right now, you're midgets.
Oh, that's I'm not co-signing on that. No, I call them little people because I think people should decide what they get called, but I almost feel like no one else knows what I mean.
Mind. You can decide what you want to be called, but you can't change your mind every 15 years. Just pick a name. I want to be correct. I want to say the right thing. I don't want to offend anyone. But you can't be picky and choosy about when you can call a person a midget or not. And I think he's a midget. I don't think there's anything wrong with midget. This may be like a Wings moment where he didn't think sand nigger was racist. And I was like, Wing, what about an Eskimo? What if I call an Eskimo a snow nigger? Would that be racist? And he was like, no! I'm like, But if you call a black person one, oh yeah, that's racist. I'm like, I can't follow this. I'm not getting this.
Uh,
Can we go back to Mike talk?
Oh, not
go
Mike.
back to Mike. I have a whole new
Okay,
topic.
but closing out Game of Thrones talk.
Okay.
That's my prediction. Do you care to make a prediction? I predict that it's Jaime Lannister versus Prince Oberyn, and that Jaime Lannister loses the fight and possibly his life.
I predict that it's Jaime Lannister, and wouldn't it be a trick if it was against that blonde lover person?
Ooh, the other judge, or the other one sitting up there. He's not a judge, but the gay guy.
Oh, it could be against the gay guy, but I was actually calling the woman that helped him escape. She's on a quest right now.
She's gone though. Yeah, she's gone.
How gone is gone. I mean, they
She's
found
been-
the whore.
She's been riding for a fortnight away, and you don't just turn her around from that task. Like she
The
would die
whore
fighting.
was on a ship from like
The
a month
whore
ago.
isn't Brienne on like the mission for like the man she loves to save these girls and all this honor and pride and chivalry tied up in it. She would die before she came back.
You don't turn around on a fortnight, Woody.
No, like there was that
No,
scene when
it's
he was
just not
seeing her
done.
off with Podrick, and she like looks back at him, and he like looks at her, and somebody captioned it on Reddit, and they were like, it was like she was saying "I love you," and he was saying "I know." No, it won't be her, for sure.
But it would be an interesting twist. That's all I was saying because he
What
loves her kind
Well, you
of.
mentioned before if he fought, and his name's escaping. It's Marjorie's gay brother.
Yeah.
But if he fought her, there would be a
Him.
real fight to the death because they're fighting over Cersei as
Did you
well.
call it a her because he's gay?
No, I said they're fighting over her, Cersei. They both want to marry Cersei.
Oh.
Jaime, there's her brother, and he is, and Sir Loras, that's his name, and Sir Loras is supposed to marry her. Like the wedding's already been set. It's happening in a fortnight from like this trial or whatever. So if they were to fight each other, they might fight to the death, and I could see either one of them dying in that confrontation because Jaime's only got the one arm.
Yeah, I'm locked in that Jamie's going to represent him, and I'm locked in that Dad is going to stack the deck. And
But that wouldn't really stack the deck with Sir Loras because he's a pretty good swordsman.
right. I mean,
He won the tournament.
I could beat him in a sword fight if he was properly food poisoned first.
Well, I think
That's the deck stacking.
I don't think they'd go that far to
Oh, you
poison.
don't?
No, so Sir Loras is important to Tywin because he's what's going to bring the two houses together even further. That marriage is important to him. I don't think he'd risk Sir Loras, to be honest. I'd like to see it, but I don't think he would. He'd be risking two really important people then, Jaime and Sir Loras. He needs them both.
Might be a lesser character. And if it's a lesser character, that's another way to stack the deck for Jamie.
I don't think.
It might be Jamie Lannister versus some guy wearing a red shirt for Star Trek.
That's not their style, though, is it? They're gonna be like bum bum bum, and like this is
Yeah,
very
and
well.
then
I
next season
choose-
we'll find out the answer.
Oh yeah, no, I think we're getting a battle next episode or the one after that.
You
They may
do.
not go back to that timeline in the next episode. It may be about the Hound and Daenerys.
Oh.
Anyway, we should probably wrap this up. This is getting pretty in depth and
Yeah,
boring.
I agree.
If people
By the
aren't
way, there's
really
never
into
any
the show.
Daenerys progress. You know what? I know we should wrap it up. You're right. What'd we see? 15 minutes of Daenerys deliberating on like how to reimburse someone for a dead goat?
Oh man,
Come on. Advance the
her
plot.
character's starting to lose me a little bit. She's
You
starting
think?
to like. She's not showing that resolve I saw from the beginning. I understand that she's got like a complex situation going on, but it doesn't seem like she's implementing her rule very well. Like, it just it's falling apart behind her. City after city. She's taken these three ancient cities, a marine.
Well, I think
and the
she's
other two, but
fixed that, and now she's ruling.
I don't think so.
and
I
we're
think
finding
she's
that
trying to fix it.
ruling kind of sucks, and I don't know. But her character's starting to suck now too, and I
Yeah,
blame the
we haven't-
writers at least partly because they spent so much this week. The whole plot thing was just her like making rulings that had no real long-term consequences.
Yeah, it didn't go anywhere. All we got from that was that Daenerys is trying to rule, and she's finding it more difficult and different than she imagined.
Yep.
That sums up the entire thing we saw, and that she realized that decisions there isn't a right and a wrong. There's a gray area. Like she crucified that guy's father who was actually speaking out against the slavery, and he just wanted to bury his father. And she's you can tell she's conflicted. She's like, well, I did crucify his father.
All right, Lefty.
Hmm.
What would you do if time stopped for 24 hours for everything except you?
Time stop 24 hours. I can move freely. Oh boy. 24 hours. So everybody just like freezes in place, right?
Yeah.
Where's some place where cash is changing hands a lot?
I've got to pee. I've got a good answer. I'll be right back.
All right. Bank is your classic answer, Lefty.
Yeah, but the banks have the vaults, and just because time is stopped, I've only got 24 hours to try to get inside the vault, and
Vault might be wide open.
yeah, I mean, I could roll around to banks and just walk in and be like, hey, is the vault open? No?
When
All
you
right.
said roll around the banks, I totally thought that was a wheelchair reference. And then you broke character and walked in.
That's pretty much all I can think of. I was thinking about something with a casino, but all of it depends on time stops and then time returning so that you can so that you can, you go in and you make your bet or on something, or you read the cards, or I guess I could just go in and grab a bunch of chips, and then when time starts back up, just walk in like, hey, had a big night last night, cash in my chips.
You don't think you get busted for that?
Yeah, that's a really weak plan, though. That's why I was...
Yeah, I'd want
be
some
like,
planning. Even the bank thing, I worry that they've like traced that money, or they know the sequence if they're brand new bills of what they lost. There's an issue there. I really thought the casino idea was neat because I had this idea that you could like bust open a table while time stopped and get a lot of just random unmarked bills out of it.
They got a lot of cash there, too, at casinos.
To all the cash you need. Yeah. Is there something else you could do that's more legal that would set you up?
That would set me up.
I mean, if you could go back in time for a day, you could make huge bets.
I have a question. Could I decide the moment in which time stopped? Would it be a stopwatch per se that I could be like, oh, now? Or
It's not the question is, but you have me really curious about your answer.
yeah, I was only thinking that there are some things that are situational. That if you could pause time at the right moment, you could take advantage of a bit of knowledge that hadn't quite made it to another part of the world yet. Some sort of stock exchange or sporting event bet. Something in which knowledge is traveling at the speed of light, but you're faster than the speed of light because you've gained the knowledge and then traveled to this far-reaching part of the planet where you're going to do your business, whether it's some sort of stock buy or sell or some way you manipulate the market in some way.
I don't know how you'd execute this. How can you get an advantage with that like millionth of a second?
I don't know. If I went to Tokyo, to the stock exchange there, and as soon as I saw a fluctuation of a large enough amount, maybe there'd be some program that was an algorithm that searched for this. But as soon as something fluctuated in such a manner that it was what I needed, time would stop. I would then travel to Los Angeles or to New York to that stock exchange and manipulate the market with this advanced knowledge. Using computers, you're just as fast as light.
I don't know. But then you'd use a computer to execute that trade. I don't see how you could take advantage of it.
I think.
I used to daydream of this. Like, if I had a stopwatch that could stop time, I would effectively be super fast. Like,
Yes.
for example, if I could stop time anytime I wanted, I could be the greatest goalie hockey's ever seen. Right?
But it would be clear that you were cheating to the viewers.
I don't know. I mean, is there much of it?
You would disappear. You would blink from one place to another. You would teleport.
That's how
in their eyes.
television works, right? That's how 24 frames per second works. I'm not teleporting a ton, and I could be smart about it, but if I'm slightly out of position at the time of the slap shot, my arm would zip right where it needs to be.
I feel like it would be evident. I feel like if you moved 6 inches instantly, it would be clear on film that, whoa, something weird just happened there. Woody's got some mojo going on.
Man,
They'd be able to
'cause
see it.
that's my whole thing. Or picture me running, right? Which is not. I'm not a great runner. Just picture a bad runner. But if I sit there and just tap 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 on like off and on, off and on, off and on time stopping, wouldn't I effectively just go and fast forward?
No.
This. Yes, I would.
You could teleport. That's all you could do. You can't like wind up your feet like Sonic the Hedgehog and then let time go forward like a spring.
No, that's not what it would be. It would be to everybody else. My feet would just be like lunging forward, and I guess you're right.
No,
Actually.
because the
Under
movement
super
of your
slow-mo,
feet
they'd
during
catch
that time. No, because the movement of your feet just wouldn't exist to them because they had paused in time.
No,
You
that's
would
how,
simply
that's how, like you
you
know
would
the books
teleport.
where you flip it and it looks like the character's moving. That's what humans do. Like you just translate frames per second into smooth motion.
But you would move too far within the frames. It works because there are so many frames per second. 30 frames per second or higher, it's just all smooth video to us. But in real life, if you were watching a person who was standing at point A and then paused time and then suddenly reappeared at point B instantly, something weird, it would look weird. They would, in effect, have disappeared and reappeared instantly, like some sort of 50s sci-fi show.
I suspect that when I see somebody throw a baseball at 100 miles an hour, that
Can you move 100 miles an hour?
no.
Because you'll be required to, regardless of your time-stopping abilities, for that to in fact work.
No, but I didn't finish the thought though.
I'm
When
sorry.
I see someone throw a ball at 100 miles per hour, I'm not accurately tracking his hand through the motion.
And that's what I was suggesting, that when you run, you'll be running at 12 miles an hour. Now,
Right.
if a ball is moving at 12 miles an hour, I can pretty accurately judge it. And if it's something the size of a human moving at 12 miles an hour, I can very accurately track it. So, in effect, you running at 12 miles an hour would pause time at the 3-foot mark on the race and reappear at the 15 mark on the place.
Okay, you're going way too far on that.
How many feet are you going to go? You're just going to give yourself an extra step?
Well, no, if it's rapid on off, right, as quick as you can tap a button. Like this is a stopwatch button. Bap, 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 bap,
You
bap.
would have to take a step, pause it, take another step, unpause it, take a step, pause it, and be doing it like that with
I
pauses
would-
in between steps.
I would be hitting it off and on in the motion of running. And it would just be regular smooth motion with like little
Your legs would appear to be like a blur at that. Yeah,
yeah.
you would look blurry. You would look weird. You'd appear to be blinking.
We need such a device to test this because I feel like if
There
you-
is such a
need to
device.
devise.
There is. Take video of you running and slow it down to make the frames per second. However many times you can
30.
click your thumb per. However many times you can click your thumb per second.
which
'cause that's
probably
what-
is not 30. Yeah.
Yeah, if you can do, I bet you can do it maybe 8 to 10 times. Slow video of you running down to 8 to 10 frames per second and see what it looks like. That's what would happen if you were stopping time.
You're probably right, and I think the real flaw is it's not even 8 times a second. I might, at my best, hit the button 8 times per second, but that's 4 because it's off and on.
Oh, yeah, that's true. That's totally true. Unless your stopwatch is rigged so that it was you
Yeah.
held it.
or I
down to
use
stop.
some other device to hit the button quicker than a human could, and now we're
Yeah.
talking.
Yeah, so that's the problem with that. You could it's basically a teleportation device, or you can use it to spend large amounts of time achieving something with no one bothering you.
Maybe if I could roll back time a little bit, I could just retry. Like, for example, if I could roll back time, I'd be the best Call of Duty player the world has ever seen.
Every decision would be perfect. That's what that new Tom Cruise movie's about.
Oh, really?
He, I won't get too deep into the plot, but basically it's
Is
in
it
the
out
future.
or coming out?
It's coming out. It's in the future. It's like futuristic. He's been drafted into the military to fight against this alien menace, and in the future they fight in these mech suits. They're not big, bulky mech suits like you would imagine. They're more like it's just souping the human up a little bit, and it's got some machine guns and weapons on it. But he's just been drafted. He's like a prisoner or something, so he has no idea what he's doing, and he dies instantly in the battle. And he wakes up at the beginning of that day. It's like Groundhog's Day. It's just like Groundhog's Day, except he explains what's going on to a woman and she believes him, and so they start training him. So every day he becomes a better soldier and he tries it again.
Oh, I
And
recall that. Yeah.
And he's like trying to win the war on his own by making every move perfect for the entire day.
Yeah.
And he's like, how many times have you been here? He's like, for me, it's been an eternity. But for the people who are seeing him, in the early hours of the day, he's like running 360s around aliens in a crater, like shooting machine guns out of his fist and doing flips and stuff. Because he's had so many times to practice it.
If I could stop time, I could beat Joe Lozon.
Yeah, totally. You could beat anyone.
Yeah, I would just pause it, hit him, be where he's not punching, and move on. And
I was thinking if you could roll back time so that you could, pausing would work too.
Stop time. I think I'd need to roll back because what if he hit me?
If you could roll back, then he would never hit you.
Right.
He would never hit you. It would be like a choreographed fight.
Back to the COD thing. Like every time I die, roll back a little bit, make a better decision, and just keep going and going.
So if you watch like a Bruce Lee movie and then you watch a real fight, they look very different because the Bruce Lee movie is martial arts that are coordinated perfectly. But what you're talking about with this whole like reversing time 3 seconds at a time and getting a fight perfect, it would look like a Bruce Lee coordinated fight, except only you would be in on it. Because the other guy is doing what comes naturally to him, but you already know it's coming, so you'd be like the Matrix man. You would know to already be shifting your weight and leaning back a certain way or throwing a certain punch or moving your leg. It would look like a dance, and he would just be incredibly frustrated.
It would be really enjoyable.
And I think that's what's coming with this Tom Cruise movie. Like I've said it before, I can put up with a lot from my actors. Tom Cruise is a total wacko with the Scientology shit. I mean, just 100% wacko. But I can still enjoy his movies. But Sean Penn has lost me with his douchebaggery, and so is George Clooney. Both of them are just.
Clooney, what did he do?
Clooney has lost you. What did he do?
Yeah, I don't know. I heard him at the Oscars a few years ago, and it was just so shitty. He
too
just
liberal,
had such
right?
Too elitist as well. He thought that like he was like, out here we're so much more progressive and advanced, and it felt like he was shitting on 80% of the country. Because, I don't know, his car had, he drove an electric car or something. He was talking about the environment and pollution, and I didn't want to hear that. It was a fucking award show.
I can't recall the last time I watched an award show.
I like award shows.
You like award shows?
Well, I like movies. I love every aspect of them. So, like, it's important to me. I actually matters to me that Leonardo DiCaprio hasn't won an Oscar because I feel like he's so talented. It bothers me every year.
I feel like it's awesome. He's the new Susan Lucci.
I don't like that though. That was. I'm not a Susan Lucci fan, so like I don't know. Maybe I understand her condition that she kept getting nominated and never.
And for 17 years in a row.
17 years, but that was like daytime television, right?
Yeah.
That's not even in the same class. This is a guy out there making masterpieces, making movies that are like just really strong performances. There was one year where he did it was like Blood Diamond, and something else, and both of them I think were like nominated for Oscars for different things, and he didn't get an Oscar. There was that Shutter Island movie, which I thought was a really strong performance.
These all sound like I don't know a lot of these movies, but it's like were they the best movie that year? You got to make the best movie that year.
Not the best movie, the best performance.
Well, okay, right. Best performance. What about Wolf of Wall Street, right? He just lost for that. Who beat him?
Matthew McConaughey in Dallas Buyers Club. I saw it. It was an excellent performance.
Oh, I didn't see that. I can't say. But I remember some of the other years he lost, and it was like, I could see that.
Yeah, he lost against worthy foes, but he can't keep winning. Because some of his performances are just so very good that it's like he should have won one that year. Come on, what beat him? Nah, that couldn't beat him.
It's like, but it's not a lifetime achievement award. Like you don't get. Credit
I know it's not, but I feel like his performances are so consistently excellent that he shouldn't lose. He should have won at least one. And the fact that he doesn't shows a pattern. I don't get it.
Didn't he lose to like some really artsy fartsy film one year?
I don't like that either. I don't like that when some tiny artsy film that really only appeals to a small segment of the film viewing population wins such a major award like that. You got to get something that at least 30 or 40% of us could even bear to watch.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want it to look like a student film and be confusing. I would much rather see something like Wolf of Wall Street or The Departed, or what else has he? There's a couple of them that I always think that he should have won it for. He did the Howard Hughes movie.
The Aviator.
Yeah, he did The Aviator. That was an amazing. And the J. Edgar Hoover movie. That was great. That was a really good performance. He wasn't nominated for any of that stuff. And what was the movie where he was a dream within a dream with a dream?
Inception.
Inception. That was great.
Yeah, I don't think he really.
I don't think it's an Oscar-worthy performance, but it was a great movie.
Mm-hmm.
His movie. That's one of the things he's really good at, and I think we've talked about it before. Is choosing scripts. He's the best, right? When's the last time? The last bad movie he made was that. What was that really Gatsby, The Great Gatsby. He just did that. Got some poor reviews, but overall, it's a well-made movie. I mean, it's incredibly beautiful to look at.
I got Mr. Movie Man. Who is hotter today than they were 20 years ago?
More attractive, you mean?
Yep.
Sandra Bullock.
Really?
Yeah. Sandra Bullock from Speed versus Sandra Bullock in Gravity.
Huh. Okay.
Yeah. She's like, now she looks like CrossFit Pilates soccer mom who's really needs some attention because Jesse James screwed her over. Move right into her place in Malibu. It would just be the dream come true, right? Get that Gravity money. You're looking at her fucking Oscar on the wall. You're like, I've made it.
She has so much money.
So much fucking money. And she took some of Jesse James too, I'm sure.
Probably for no good reason.
Fuck that guy.
He was a douche. There's no doubt about it. But
how do you cheat on like Sandra Bullock?
I know.
Not because she's like gorgeous and she's the most beautiful woman in the world, because she's very attractive, but
she's nice.
You've got it fucking made.
You've got it made.
You're Jesse James. Whatever you've accomplished in your life, this is better than that.
Yeah, and he's a pretty big deal. You know, he's still doing some stuff. And that
he's a big deal with the shit kicking, ride my bike around crowd, and that's cute and that's nice. Sandra Bullock has got more money than you've probably ever touched in your life, Jesse James, and you
that's
fucked
true.
it up.
But Sandra Bullock is incredibly rich.
Right, and she's not bad looking.
She's got $100 million, I bet.
Right, and it's why are you fucking around? Why are you sleeping around on that?
Yeah, it's foolish. I would be like waiting on her and trying to. I would be what Jackie is to Woody. I'd be like, I'm gonna fill whatever role she needs me to be, and I'm gonna be so fucking good at it. I'm gonna be holding her purse on the red carpet for the next 10 years. Like that's what Ashton Kutcher did with Demi Moore, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Ashton Kutcher.
And he held it together for a while.
Yeah, he did.
That guy's successful on his own right. Like
yes,
I forget
he was a millionaire before that '70s show.
Was he?
Yeah,
was he a model?
He was a male model, and
but
then he had some other spin-off from that, but it wasn't acting based, and he was already a wealthy guy.
He did something really right in like social media or something. Like he was
Twitter. He was one of the first Twitter people.
Was he?
Yes.
And
one of the very first.
But did he own it? Like he owned something that
he didn't
made
make
him
any
rich.
money off of it, and he was mad about it.
What the heck did Ashton Kutcher had? I'm gonna Google it. I think he has a huge investment.
He had a lot of big endorsement deals. He's got a couple of charity foundations. I'm trying to think of what you're talking about. I saw an interview with him not too long ago. And it was like during the time that he was with Demi Moore, so it was much better.
I mean, this guy has a piece of Spotify, Foursquare.
Oh, there's another one. Yeah. He mentioned that he owned some weird social media site that I hadn't even heard of.
I'm Googling.
But yeah, he really had it made there. Marrying Demi Moore. I bet that was. I'm sure he married her because he loved her and everything. But I bet that boosted his career tremendously. I bet he made a lot of contacts he otherwise wouldn't have made coming out of that '70s show.
He's actually, I mean, according to Forbes, he's not as wealthy as I expected him to be. He says he's worth $24 million.
24. Yeah, he hasn't done any movies in a while that were any good at all. I like The Butterfly Effect, but since then it's been pretty rough.
I thought he got a huge payday from picking up Two and a Half Men. I thought that was huge for him.
I wouldn't be, yeah, that he should have made some money from there. That seems like the kind of gig where he'd be getting like $100,000 an episode.
He has early plays in Skype, Spotify, and Airbnb. What's that last one?
I have no idea.
Is it some sort of bed and breakfast
I really doubt it.
situation where people put their homes up as a floating bed and breakfast? If I guess that right, it's going to be hilarious.
Oh my God!
Is it?
Yes.
I nailed it. That's a great name.
Find a place to stay, and there's like neighborhood guides.
It's like Uber, but it's fucking bed and breakfast. Come to my house and stay.
I'm good, man. I think I'm just gonna go to a hotel. I don't think I need.
You never wanted to spend the night clutching a weapon? Try Airbnb and invite a stranger in your home for the night.
Did you seriously just guess that without knowing?
Yeah. It just made sense.
I went to New York City and I looked for a place for a night. And here it is. You literally, it's an apartment, private rooms. The host is Larry. There's a shot of him playing like rugby or something in New York. It tells you like, interaction with guests. We're pretty busy during the week, but we can help you find your way around town. We're happy to hang out if it's not we're happy to hang out or not on weekends. So like, yeah, it just basically, it's like couch surfing almost.
Uh-huh. Cool. But we were talking about celebrities who are better looking now than they were 20 years ago.
Okay.
So that's my first one. Sandra Bullock is definitely one of them.
Emma Watson.
Who's that?
Emma Watson. 4-year-old Emma Watson probably.
Good job. She wasn't in the public eye.
Kutcher's not a bad pick. While he's 36.
Yeah, but he started at underwear model and he went to where he is now. I mean, he's still a very good-looking guy, but he's not as good-looking as he was 20 years ago. I bet 16-year-old Ashton Kutcher was fucking dreamy.
I mean, it's funny because there's a lot of people who've held up really well. Justin something. Timberlake. That guy's held up amazingly well. There is an answer online, so I'd be cheating to use it.
It's closing in on 20 years ago that Justin Timberlake had the frosted tips, so you might have a winner there.
Yeah, he may look better now than he did back then. Definitely stylishly more so. He's definitely more pleasing to the eye because he was just kind of really loud looking 20 years ago. It hasn't been 20 years ago. That's the thing. He wasn't doing this shit. He was like a Mouseketeer back then. So was Britney Spears. Like they were all that's what they were doing then. They were kids. Right. This is hard because you've got to pick someone who's like Sandra Bullock. You got to pick like a 50-year-old actor or actress who's like recently turned it on and become better looking.
Or not even like. It's so hard because in many you're like, all right, George Clooney, right? There's a guy that's held up really, really well. He looks fantastic. But 20 years ago.
Yeah, that's ER George Clooney. That's
George Clooney was really good. If you do 10 years ago, it becomes a different question. Like I think George Clooney might have looked better 10 years ago than he did 20 years ago.
Yeah,
he had a certain kind of like aged well thing happening. I think there are periods in his life where Harrison Ford looked better older than he did younger, right? Like, like, hey, if you can grab 40-year-old versus 30-year-old, he actually got better.
Yeah, the one from Air Force One was a particularly good look for Harrison Ford. The same with Clint Eastwood. So like Clint Eastwood now is too fucking old. But Clint Eastwood in Unforgiven, The Unforgiven, he's aged pretty much just right. He's like 50. He's like gray haired, but he's got most of his hair. He's wrinkled, but you can tell he's got some fight still in him. Like what we've got now is pretty decrepit. Like he's getting. Yeah. And the worst part about it is his son is like a fucking clone of him, dude. Maybe even better looking. Like he's got the same hairstyle too. So it's like, why is Clint Eastwood's son not being forced to make westerns right now at gunpoint? Like the Coen brothers should have him out in a field somewhere right now making The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly too. Like he looks just like him.
Holy shit, he does look just like.
I'm
his dad.
telling you.
There's
Okay,
even one of
what's his
him
name?
with a cigar.
With a cigar and no shirt, and he's like built. And the thing about it is, most people don't know, Clint Eastwood was built like he didn't
Scott
really get
Eastwood or Kyle Eastwood?
I don't know.
Okay, all right. I've got the picture we're talking about, though.
It'll be kind of odd. When you find the one that looks like him, that's the one that looks like him.
Yeah, here, I'll give you the link. Sorry, everyone.
There's
That's
even-
totally
But
the
when
one
I
we're
see
talking
that-
about.
When I see that, that's like my dream come true, right? That's like, oh, so they cloned Clint Eastwood and they brought him to the era where we're actually making good fucking movies, where like I don't have to worry if it's dubbed well.
You know,
Right.
I can't find movies I really enjoy. People who watch me for a long time have heard me say that like we're in a golden age of amazing movies, and to some extent that's true. But like Captain America didn't blow me away as like a really great movie. You know, I want to see another movie in the what was the Eastwood movie? Gran Torino. Is anyone making anything like that lately? An amazing story-driven.
Hard hitting. Let me look through my thing of like recently. I feel like I've got good taste in movies. Let me look at my like recent things. There hasn't been.
On Netflix, I've been catching a lot of documentaries lately, which provide moments of but not really wow.
So I watched on Netflix. This I guess I'm sure people would like these picks. Watch The Last Gladiators. That's about a hockey one of those guys in hockey who's an enforcer, and it explains like the role of the enforcer, and it tells his whole story and some of his fights, and it's great. And they talk, and it's a really good documentary about hockey.
Okay.
And I don't even like fucking hockey. The Fifth Element. That's the highest grossing French film of all time because you got our boy Bruce Willis with Gary Oldman and Mila Jovovich, who's really fucking hot. If you
I
ask
like
me.
that movie, but I feel like it's gone down as one of the greatest of all time, and I think it's overrated.
Got Chris Tucker putting in a crazy performance. Also on Netflix, Silence of the
roll.
Lambs. Silence of the Lambs, which is excellent. Das Boot, which is excellent if you don't mind a slow-paced movie. Taxi Driver's on there too. That's fucking awesome. Yeah, you can't appreciate Robert De Niro as an actor until you've seen Taxi Driver.
Uh-huh.
It's awesome.
So far, The Last Gladiators are on my, like, I want that.
I don't like Raging Bull. I'm still going through this thing. American Psycho. If you've never seen that, you got to see it once just to appreciate the range of Christian Bale.
Yep, that's amazing.
Not only his acting ability, but what he does with his physique.
So you're looking at his last couple movies? Or the last movies you've watched?
Yeah.
How do you do that? You go to Netflix online and
Netflix.com, and I'm just scrolling through my recent watched. Judge Dredd. It's just called Dredd. It's not Judge Dredd. It's Dredd. It's made in 2012 with Carl Urban. It is one of the best low-budget graphic novel films I've ever seen. It does Judge Dredd the way the graphic novels do him. He doesn't take his helmet off. He's fucking hardcore, and the whole movie is just death and destruction and people getting skinned alive. And it's got something heady or whatever from Game of Thrones. The evil queen. She's the bad guy in the movie. It's awesome. They actually been campaigning for a long time get a sequel made, because I think they made the film for, let's say, $30 million, and it only made like 45 worldwide, or 45 in the U.S. and maybe like 20 more worldwide. But I think they actually got him to do it. Capote.
Can I go through my list and how much it sucks?
Here's my I've got two more. I've got three more, and I'll go through them fast. Philip Seymour Hoffman just died. If you want to see one of his greatest performances, it's Capote. Just sit through it give it 10 minutes before you make a judgment call on his accent.
It's spelled with a C?
Yeah, Capote. Blackfish is all about the treatment of orcas in theme parks and stuff. It's really, really good. But it's sad. Be prepared for that. And The Boys from Brazil from 1978. You got Gregory Peck and Sir Laurence Olivier, and it's an incredible movie about hunting Nazis in like the 70s, and they're after Joseph Mengele, who's like, the most evil Nazi doctor, and he's got a new program where he's trying to bring Hitler back, and it's a great movie.
All right, let me do my list.
So those are my picks.
And keep in mind, these are not all my picks. I live with a family. How I Met Your Mother.
I cherry pick.
I actually like that show. How It's Made, I also like that show. Ghostbusters 2, I bear no responsibility whatsoever for the Ghostbusters 2 on my recently watched list. Merlin.
It's just poor.
I don't know Merlin, really. My wife says it's good. Star Trek Next Gen.
Someone told me it was good.
Totally Jackie. Firefly, that's all me. I stand by it. One for the Money. Are you familiar with this? It looks like a romantic comedy, judging by the picture. I don't know. Fringe?
part of
Is
that.
this a TV show?
Yeah, Fringe is a great sci-fi television show.
All right. The Avengers. That's very good, but it's really Colin who's watching that. The Dinosaur Project. Doctor Who. I like that a lot. Toddlers and Tiaras. I have no responsibility for that. Four Weddings, a TLC show. I don't know what that is. Hayen, or it's probably Haven. It's just a bad V. I don't know what that is. Chuck, not sure what that is. The Following with Kevin Bacon. Do you know this?
Nah, man, those aren't ringing any. Kevin Bacon doesn't make. He makes B movies, for the most part lately.
This one actually is me. Arrow, and I didn't like it. I watched a couple episodes and it just didn't hook me. Have you seen that?
I could tell it's not going to hook me. I have no interest in that superhero.
Beauty and the Beast. This is a different version of Beauty and the Beast. It looks like it's a homicide detective. I think I actually might have watched that with them. Glee. I've totally seen Glee. I haven't seen it lately. Don't judge me.
Oh, Kill Bill 1 and 2 are now on Netflix too, guys.
I know. I see Kill Bill 2 is on my must-see type thing. I think I'm going to watch that. What Not to Wear, that's totally them. Psych, that's all Jackie. Warehouse 13, Futurama, Pirates of the Caribbean, The Croods, Dance Academy. I don't even know most of these things. The Guild. It looks like a Dungeons and Dragons based comedy. I'm not sure.
Oh, that chick is so hot. She's also in a few episodes of Supernatural as kind of a reoccurring character, and even in that, she's like into LARPing and she's like a computer hacking lesbian. Like that chick's hot, and I think in real life she's just like she's into like role play and not the kinky kind that I know of, and LARPing and stuff like that. And all of her characters seem to represent that she plays.
Drop Dead Diva. I think this is an old sitcom. No, it's not as old as I thought it was. But okay.
Zodiac is on there. That's got Mark Ruffalo, who's the new Hulk in the Marvel movies, Jake Gyllenhaal, Robert Downey Jr., and it's about the Zodiac Killer. And it's
my recently watched list doesn't have a lot of winners on there. And the winners it does have, like How It's Made, are certainly no secrets.
The Apostle is on there with Robert Duvall. If you want to see like one of Robert Duvall's strongest performances, it's excellent. It's about a Pentecostal preacher that just snaps, and he's this incredibly religious man, but it's excellent.
I know for a fact I watched Breaking Bad lately, and it wasn't on my list. I don't know why. But
Clerks. If you've never seen Clerks, that's a real mistake.
that one's good. That one's really good. There's quotes from that.
If you like World War II stuff, that's kind of sad. The Pianist is on there. The King's Speech is excellent. It won an Oscar.
I might
Fargo,
watch Capote.
Forrest Gump. Capote's great.
Capote.
It's a true story. Capote was a great author, I guess, in that time. It's not in my area of expertise at all, but he just had come off some huge novel he'd written, and nobody thought he'd ever be able to top it. And I guess it took him several years to always write a novel, and he came upon this real-life murder where these two guys went in and killed a family with knives, I think, and the book is called In Cold Blood that he's writing, and it's about the guy who did it, and he was interviewing this guy over the course of years, trying to get all the material he needed, and it's kind of about that, and it's great.
Have you seen Mitt?
I've seen half of it.
Oh, it didn't pull you in, I guess, huh?
No, because I don't know how I even feel about that guy. I don't like the guy we've got.
Uh-huh.
But I think Mitt would have been like 10% better on some things, and I think he might have really fucked up some other things. Like I feel like Mitt might have gotten really embroiled in the Middle East, even worse than we are now. And I know we're still like over there. We're still the amount we're spending in Afghanistan next year would pay off all the student loans. It would for the entire country. It's an enormous amount of money. But I think he might have gotten us even. Who knows? We'd be in fucking Iran, perhaps.
The things that I don't like about Obama, like right now there's a big one. Net neutrality. So let me explain net neutrality to my non-technical audience. Not saying all of you are non-technical, but to those of you that are, here's the deal. The internet is a bunch of connected networks, right? You've got a network in your house. You've got a network in your neighbor's house. This is a metaphor. And they get connected by one wire. So from things in your house to other things in your house, they connect really, really well. It's not a problem. But there's only one or two wires that go from your house to your neighbor's house. And, oftentimes that, you and your neighbor will connect fine. And like I said, to all the devices in your house, tons of bandwidth, but you and your neighbor are only connected by like one or two wires. Well, what they do is sometimes they hold each other hostage. Your neighbor will say, all right, look, we've got one wire, we need two. And that's just the deal. You need to pay me millions to install a second line from me to you. And you're like, what? No, we're kind of peers here. This is how this is supposed to go. And you're like, nope, I'm just going to have a sucky connection to you. I'm going to play chicken with you. And it's like, why would you do that? People pay you to give them 20 megabits download, and they're downloading from me, so you're supposed to give a better connection. They say, fuck it, I'm not doing it. We're letting the whole world share this one wire between. And that, typically what they're supposed to be doing is adding more wires, connecting your house to your neighbor's house, so that the connection between the stuff in your house is nearly as good as the connection to the stuff in your neighbor's house. I hope this is working for people. What they're going to do is install this, what they call an internet fast lane. And that means that all the crappy traffic goes over maybe the first wire, and then privileged traffic goes over the new wire. That's the internet fast lane that they want to do. As it is today, that's not legal. There's net neutrality, and all traffic is treated equally, and that's that. And they want to make it so that there'll be a fast lane, that when you connect these two networks, you'll have a privileged wire that the commoners don't share. And if you're a big company, people have asked me, like, Woody, are you concerned about this? For WoodyCraft, no. I'm a big server, right? I'll just buy a premium line, and it'll be a competitive advantage for me over every other, the smaller servers. But that's not what's good for the world. What's good for the world is everyone to have a level playing field, and like companies like Netflix would have never gotten started if they were held hostage to pay these giant fees just to bring their traffic along. Companies like YouTube would have never gotten started. Yahoo, Google, all these things were
going to pass the costs on to us.
Say that again?
They're just going to pass those added costs on to us. If Netflix, if it passes, if it goes through, and then Netflix is going to have to buy these premium lines, and they're going to be incredibly expensive, and they're going to pass that on to us. It'll be 2 years from now, but it might be a lot. They may have to double their prices.
Sure.
It's hard to tell.
That's one way it could go. Or Netflix just might not succeed in an environment where they have to charge $16 a month instead of $8.
They're like 1/3 of the world's internet traffic, right?
Download, yeah. They're very little upload. Or Google, or I don't know what's out there trying to take down Netflix. But that company won't be successful if they're not in the profit phase, right? If they're in the startup and they're kind of running at a loss in an effort to gather customers, they'll never get started without net neutrality. Net neutrality will make it so that the rich get richer and the poor can't get started. And they do it by charging bandwidth fees for what was a free transport previously.
And the answer isn't more oversight. The answer is reclassifying ISPs as common carriers, as telecommunications carriers under Article 2 of the Communications Act. That's the only way, because more oversight and in trying to enforce net neutrality without reclassification is just eventually going to result in another court ruling where the federal court says, no, FCC, you do not have the authority to govern these people this way, which they don't. They do have that authority if they were to reclassify them under Article 2. That's the only solution to all this.
And the things that they need to do to make the internet run faster aren't that expensive. It's not like there's a tech problem or that there's some big issue. I mean, you've got these people in the meet me rooms. That's what it's called. So you picture a data center, and there's literally a room with wires coming in from all over the place, right? Wet fiber coming from Europe and Africa and whatever to New York City. And they're all there in a meet me room. And then when I want to connect to you, it costs Like, for me to add another like 10 gigabit port thing, it's less than $10,000, right? It's chump change, but they don't do it because I can hold you hostage for $4 million and say, when you make a $4 million investment, I'll put a 10 grand port in a new switch and we'll make it go. That's how this goes, and they're finding a way to get paid on both ends. Like for me, if I'm buying 50 megabit download, I expect you to have a network that kind of works at 50 megabits. I don't want to buy 50 megabit download from you and then find out that my Time Warner connection only gets 3 megabit download from Comcast or XO or Level 3 or whoever. If Time Warner is a really shitty on ramp to the rest of the internet, then what good is 50 megabit download? I'm not really getting it. The rest of the internet isn't connecting to Time Warner properly, where they should be.
Oh shit.
Well, we'll just have to see how it all goes.
Yeah.
It seems like there's a lot of backlash, so hopefully something will be done.
I want, and like, I'm getting cynical now, but it seems like when there's a lot of backlash like this, it shuts them down for 6 months, right? Like, remember when SOPA was a really, really big deal?
Yeah.
Yep.
And then everyone was like, no, SOPA, and politicians and everything were like, SOPA has to stop. People are, outraged about SOPA. Google turned black for the Internet Blackout Day. Reddit did too. Everything went crazy. And then, I don't know if they ever passed another SOPA thing or not. They just renamed it. They're like, it's not SOPA anymore. We'll name it something else. We'll slide it past people. Like, we can only ruffle our feathers 1 or 2 times, like, as a community. And then it just becomes this inevitable thing that they sort of renamed, and that's that. If they tried to pass SOPA again, but this time they named it like, Lewis, no one pay attention. Like, we already rallied around that. It's history. And we'll see what happens with net neutrality. But you're right. I'd like to see it classified as a common carrier for reasons I barely understand. Apparently, when you do that, it is a ton of oversight and regulation, but it forces them to do a good job.
Mm-hmm.
And what it really needs is competition. Time Warner and stuff, they're intentionally being a crappy on-ramp to the rest of the internet because I have nowhere else to go. So.
Capitalism, I love you.
I have a couple more movie picks I want to ramble through really quickly from my Netflix recent watched. There Will Be Blood, Man on Wire, Trinity and Beyond, the Atomic Bomb movie, Will Smith as Muhammad Ali, Bronson, Gattaca, Black Hawk Down, Donnie Darko, Doctor Strangelove.
What's Donnie Darko about?
Lonesome Dove and The Usual Suspects. Donnie Darko is a weird, trippy movie. I'm not sure what it's about, and I've seen it twice.
Lonesome Dove? What's that one?
Lonesome Dove is a mini-series made back in 1989. It's got Robert Duvall, Tommy Lee Jones, Angelica Houston, Steve Buscemi, Danny Glover, and maybe a person or two I can't think of off the top of my head. But it's a mini-series. It's totaling 6 hours. It's a Western about a cattle drive from Texas to Montana with these 2 old Texas Rangers and their crew.
All right, let's bottom line this. Pick one movie for me to see. If I've seen it, I'm going to ask for another.
Doctor Strangelove.
I don't give a shit about that. Ask for another.
Oh, come on. That's a fantastic
How
film.
old
What
is
are you
that
talking
movie?
about?
The reason I picked that is because it's an older movie, and I thought
I feel like Michael Scott. Can she fit in a rowboat? No, don't worry. Can she row a boat or would she sink it? All right,
Look,
she can't row a boat. I knew it. She's fat.
Listen, I know how you feel. I know how you feel about movies. I think if you watch this, you'll walk away thinking, wow, that's a real masterpiece.
Even though it's from the 60s.
Yes, I promise you. It's about nuclear war and the country is ran poorly and there's ex-Nazis involved and it's funny. It's funny and it's comical. It's really, really good. It's Stanley Kubrick. The guy's a fucking genius. I promise you this movie is
Who's the bad actor with the curly afro white guy? Played with Richard Pryor a lot.
Fine.
No, I'm just asking.
George C. Scott.
Gene Wilder.
George C. Scott.
Gene Wilder.
And
Is Gene
Peter
Wilder
Sellers.
in it?
No.
Who was it? It was some guy that the original the reason he was in it is because the studio decided that the only reason a previous film he had been in was successful because he had played a bunch of roles as like some kind of gimmick.
Gattaca. All right, if you don't want that, watch
Seen
Gattaca.
It's an amazing. It's a very good pick.
Peter Sellers was the guy.
I wasn't so against Doctor Strange. Like, you're winning me over, but if you want to move on,
have you? I really think it's strong, but I that's the one I pick. Like that's
All right.
that's what I'd have you watch.
I'd like to hear your next pick.
Well, these are for you, but if I was just Europa Report is pretty good. It's all about
Pretty good. I agree.
Oh, you've seen that one too.
I have.
Okay.
Yeah, sci-fi.
Yeah, I really like that. It's not low budget, but it's definitely not like a blockbuster film.
It was good, and I hadn't seen it. I hadn't even heard of it. It was just recommended for me, and I thought,
If you'd like if you like weird movies, anybody watch Bernie. It's Jack Black, and it's like a black comedy. It's really dark, and it's based on a true story, which is really fucked up. Also, Man on Wire. That one made me cry. Trinity and Beyond, which is about the atomic bomb's creation, is just educational, and everybody should understand how nuclear weapons work because it's not the Cold War anymore, so people probably aren't as educated, but they're scary as fuck, and you should know about it.
What was that one movie with John Cusack about Oppenheimer and all that stuff? Was that? Or was that something else?
That's what this is about. It's about the development of it and all the scientists. There's a few different ones about Trinity.
so far, Doctor Strangelove is the leading candidate.
Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid. It's considered a classic. I just don't like Robert Redford that much. He doesn't do much for me.
All right.
The Road is too fucking dark to watch. I mean, I like dark movies, but Jesus Christ, all those fingers
Is
getting
that the
cut
one
off
where
in
the
street.
guy and the kid are
Yeah.
trying to make it to the beach or something?
Yeah, fucking Viggo Mortensen.
Dude, there's nothing but bad news in that movie for hours.
Really bad, man. The new True Grit, if you haven't seen it, it's better than the old one, and I like
That's
John.
an amazing movie. That's a really good one.
The Eagle is just okay. It's like a B.
I watched that with Colin.
Yeah. The Crow is something that everybody should watch. Usual Suspects is an absolute masterpiece.
Yep. I think we recommended that on PKA before. Wow, Doctor Strangelove is the only unseen movie here.
Das Boot. If you've never seen Das Boot, it's It's subtitles, so it's German, but it's very, very good. I'm looking at it now. I think that's how I know this, but it was nominated for 6 Oscars.
Every so often I skip a movie that I'm really interested in, but it's Chinese and it has subtitles.
Yeah, that can bother me.
Like IP Man, it's like I don't want to give you that much attention.
I watched all 3 of those. I don't know, man. They're pretty damn good, but I think I paid $15 to watch one of them. Chinatown's a classic, but it's too old for you to enjoy. It's 1974, but it's really old-fashioned because it's 1974, but they're portraying characters from like the 50s or something, and in like the early criminal days of Los Angeles, and it's a lot of like private investigators and dirty dealings, and it's just I don't think you'd like that. But if anybody's out there is a film buff, you need to watch Chinatown because it's young Jack Nicholson and hot Faye Dunaway. I don't like Raging Bull. Everybody acts like that's Scorsese's masterpiece, but I don't like it. I didn't like De Niro's character. I didn't like Pesci's character. I didn't like it, and I've seen everything else they've done. And
Is it time for a whole new topic?
Yeah, totally. I'm running out of movies.
Did you see that Nadeshot was talking about no longer being a pro gamer?
No.
He said 2014 is his last year, and it's halfway through May, so that's...
Really? Why would he say something like that?
So he wrote, like, if I were to print it out, it'd be like a page-long post. There's an Optic Gaming subreddit, and he explained himself. And if I were to do a too long didn't read, it's that he's captain of the team, and everything that happens with it is like they blame him. You know, he's like, look, we practice from whatever, like 6 to 12 or something. I've missed 1 of the last 21 days. You know, and then Clayster has missed 10 of the last 21. He's like, I'm not throwing stones. Sometimes people miss. I know he's doing things other than practicing with me, right? He might do game battles in the daytime and not practice at night. You know, that's a thing. But don't knock me for missing like unscheduled daytime game battle scrims and when I'm practicing at night, like the schedule says. But basically every time they don't win, every time they don't practice, every time anything ever happens that's wrong, everyone's fussing at Nadeshot for it, and he says that it brings out a part of him that he doesn't like, and he no longer wants to do this. And I just go on.
Does he have any plans after that? I mean, he's killing it. He was killing it on Twitch, and I'm assuming he's continued to kill it on MLG TV. He's,
Someone said he wasn't streaming as much in that Reddit post, but I don't. Don't take that as a PKA stat. I don't know.
I just wonder how much of his streaming success and YouTube success is wrapped up in Optic and professional gaming. If you take all that away, does Nadeshot, is he gonna, or would he even be interested in being a YouTuber, or still being more behind the scenes, maybe with Optic Gaming? Or
I don't know. So there's more money to be made in YouTube than pro gaming. Period. People who will say oh, I don't know, Parasite made more money than some C-level YouTuber. It's you've compared the highest money making guy of 2013.
You could say me to Parasite. Yeah, I get it.
Right. Okay, yeah, I bet Parasite earned more than you, right? He had one event in particular where I think they made over $100,000, and then you mix in the rest of the events and whatever YouTube and Twitch and endorsements, and he did really well. Good for you. But you're not comparing apples to apples there. You're comparing an up and comer to a guy who's right on top. You compare PewDiePie to Parasite, which is top to top, then you'll see that there's a huge mismatch. And even if you were to compare, who's the top COD guy? Would that be someone from the crew? Is this Vanos do COD?
The top COD guy,
I don't even know who the top Call of Duty commentator is right now.
T-Martin?
KYR Speedy something, yeah, maybe? I'm not sure who you consider the top Call of Duty person. But if you were to compare the top COD personality, YouTuber, to the top COD competitive guy, I think the YouTuber would still be way, way ahead. And but when you take a competitive gamer, no one's really left competitive gaming and stayed as relevant as they were when they were in it.
Mm-hmm.
Their star quickly fades because part of why they were who they were is because they were in competitive gaming. I don't know if Nadeshot is bigger than that. Nadeshot is America's favorite COD player, right? He's the big guy. And everyone I don't even know why I'm addressing this, but every time I talk about competitive gaming, they're like, "What do you think's COD's the biggest?" I know League, I know StarCraft, I know. But we're talking about COD, and it kind of reminds me of the Hut situation, even the Woody situation, to some extent the XJaw situation. It feels like people who really like these guys broke their toy. People who have a big interest in Nadeshot are going to lose them this year, it seems, according to Nadeshot, because he's done with all the every brick in the green wall fussing at him for everything that they don't like. And I was like, that's, I don't know. I wish him the best. And he might change his mind, but he's talking about being done with competitive gaming. And I don't know what his spot will be when he's no longer a pro player.
Be interesting to see if he can fight back.
Yeah. I know, I won't even hint at it, but working in the same industry, I bet me and everyone on this call could do a pretty good job of estimating his income. And I don't know of any big expenses. I know he has a nice car, but outside of that, he's not been the sort to buy $4,000 jeans or blow it on Coke or anything that, would. He might have been saving a lot of money through this time, and he might be okay.
Yeah, I'm sure he's done well for himself, and rightfully so. He's excellent at what he does and commands a strong following.
Yep.
Yeah, and then he gets out of this and he goes to be a social media consultant for any company in America. He's I've got, how many followers does he have on Twitter? 200 some odd thousand.
I would guess higher. I mean, I'll
That's a lot.
I'll look him up. I think he's the. I mean, he's
He's like,
huge.
I've learned to make these people essentially dance, to my tune. I know how to cultivate a social media following. If you've got a game, you've got something in the gaming space, pay me 20 G's and I'll optimize your social media, whatever.
577K. I was gonna say over 500,000. Yeah, it's a really big number.
Wow.
That's great.
Yeah. Nate Shot's a good guy. But to hear that he's gonna leave his spot this year and go behind the scenes and stuff like
He needed to come play some Civilization. That's what he needs to do. Let's see those skills now.
That's right.
That would be great to bring him in and like whip him at Civilization and be like, clearly the superior gamers over here on
Yes.
the PTA crew.
Exactly.
Shot with a pitiful performance with the Egyptians. You call that a great work? Ah, sad.
God.
If we shoutcasted it like really loud in his ear, like every time he made a mistake.
Like, could you pick a worse social policy for how you want to build your civilization? What are you doing over there? Come on,
He
man.
chose loyalty.
It would be fun to whoop up on Nate Shot in Civilizations. I assume he hasn't played.
Yeah, you would assume that, but like maybe he's been.
You don't
that's a
know.
secret
Those guys
passion.
aren't just. I'm sorry, I cut you off, but those guys aren't just COD gamers. Like I see them like getting into Halo or even like StarCraft. They play a lot of StarCraft when that was getting super hot. They're not afraid to get out of their comfort zone and try a new thing. But I've never heard of them playing Civ. And
You
Civ's
won't
nice because
you're
like
gonna beat 'em.
just as like we could put him on a keyboard and mouse. I don't know if he has keyboard and mouse skills. Right? Like for all I know, we can take Optic Nade Shot, put him on Minecraft or something, and I will whoop him. Or I know he plays.
You always think that, you see some guy playing zombies, and you're like, I would destroy him at multiplayer. But sometimes skills translate from one game mode to another, and the guy who's the best player on the fucking earth at zombies is pretty good at shooting multiplayer characters as well.
What was I gonna say?
But his
Shot-
skills don't translate to Minecraft. So
I
it
know
would
that
just
he's
be-
played a little Minecraft. He used to play some last
Oh,
year.
dude. What is? Okay, they definitely don't translate to Civilization. There's no way.
Yeah, right. That's totally just not a thing.
That's not his speed. Like I could see him playing StarCraft, something like really fast clicky and using his talents to maybe he's got some
Right.
uber micro, but I can't see him sitting back for 17 hours being like, "Yep, the clock has ticked its last for you, Egypt."
We could take a Nate Shot, put him in an online version of Cards Against Humanity, and to say that we kicked his ass in a video game.
We could find that would be cool. We could find games that we could beat pros at. We could get a pro StarCraft. We could get Husky StarCraft or somebody who's an excellent StarCraft player, but then just kick their ass in something
Perhaps
like
has
COD.
flown to Korea for a tournament.
Yes. Get someone who's supposed to be the best at what they do, and they are. Get a StarCraft champ or something, and then like kick their ass at an FPS or Mortal Kombat or something.
Yeah. Oh,
Like if we spent a week training Mortal Kombat, I promise you, I could spend a week training Mortal Kombat, and I could beat any new player.
Yeah, for me, I'd have a better head start at Street Fighter. But yeah, the concept is strong. That
still
could be a
think
weekly
PK
thing.
I still think that PK plays a good one would be Jeopardy. I know it sounds boring, but I think it would be good for like a 10 or 20 minute episode.
I'm down.
Is there a Jeopardy game?
I'll look on Steam. I bet there is. I bet
Yeah.
there's one that would like fit our needs perfectly and let us play like it's the show.
And it would be a little tough to it would be a little tough to film and such, but I'd be willing to take you guys on in like a dancing Connect game.
Oh God, I was hoping we would stick to the PC with this. I really don't. I'm disgusted by the console, and I'm doing my best to get better with this keyboard and mouse. I'm playing that. Lefty gifted me an FPS. What's it called?
It's Rising Storm / Red Orchestra 2.
Yeah. So I'm doing my best to get better with this keyboard and mouse. I don't want any console distractions. That console's worthless to me. I'm considering canceling my Xbox Live subscription for the first time. I was telling Lefty since like Whenever Halo 3 came out, I'd had one for 6 months before then. I know that's not super old, but that's how long I've had my Xbox account.
Huh. Yeah, you said earlier in the show, like, the PC is to the console as the console is to a Nintendo DS or 3DS or something. That's how I'm feeling too. Like, everything looks better and it's ready to go. It records. It's right there. It's a
And many of the PC games offer console control, so it's the best
Yeah.
of both worlds if you just want that feel. You can
And-
still get that feel, but you can have all these mods, all these texture packs, and it can look so much better.
what I think you will bump into that you haven't had yet is the thing about the PC sucking to configure. It really can be a thing. Like remember when you couldn't join what it was, Lefty's Lobby or something on Steam, and who knows why the f that happened, or
I think that was my poor internet.
okay, and and you talked about how easy mods were to install. I found getting DayZ to work was actually pretty complicated. And
That
even
was different though. That was a big mod. That was a major overhaul of the game mechanics.
It was, and it had an error message that didn't give any direction towards what the solution might be. Like I ended up Googling it, but it wasn't intuitive even for
It
a
wasn't
computer
simple
guy.
and it wasn't intuitive. But even I honestly, like, I'm shitty at that stuff. I was telling Lefty, like, I was so bad at stealing Sony Vegas back in the day that the second time I needed it when I bought a new PC, I just bought it. $600 fucking dollars, dude. Everyone steals it. Me and White Boy 7 Street are the only ones I know who bought
I
fucking
bought it.
And you
Yeah.
we're we're the only ones I know who actually bought that shit and have the disc somewhere.
I downloaded I bought it online, but
He has the disc. I've seen it. He's held it up many times. But what was I getting at with
the mod packs install.
Oh yeah,
pirating.
but even with my just shitty computer knowledge, I was able to do the DayZ thing. Like I had to Google a bit, and I just found it really frustrating. I was like, everybody's playing this shit, so they've been able to do this. I'm at least as smart as everybody else. Like I can figure this out, and I figured it out. But mods for like Civilization and Left 4 Dead, I just go through them, and I get to search exactly what kind of mod I'm looking for, and I can find all these cool things. So if Left 4 Dead, if you want your weapon to be, you name it, it can, any sword or anything, you can just do it. It's already been done for you. You can find it, click a button, you've got it.
We'll see. I feel like every now and then I do something on the PC and it's like, right, this is the bad part. Like heck, managing your friends list on Steam, I find to be not nearly as nice as it is on Xbox. It's just one little thing, but that kind of like integration sort of outside the game stuff isn't as
Yeah.
strong.
It seems sort of independent of the game, and I like that. I haven't had any issues with it, but we're just playing Civilization and Left 4 Dead, so it seems like we're just joining a four-man lobby, and
Yeah.
we just haven't had many real issues. Maybe it's more difficult.
Heck,
with
you
some
and I
other
had a
stuff.
hard time getting started together on Civ.
No, what we had a hard time getting started on was Dead Space.
That's true
We were
too.
talking about connectivity issues.
Yeah, that
Jesus.
was. Oh, I was getting a new router going at the time.
That's what that was. Okay, I can't blame that on the console. That was hilarious,
Yeah.
though. We were
Oh,
trying to do
such a pain in the ass.
our Dead Space
Dude,
Let's
so many
Play.
people trying to. Just now is on Netflix, right? People use Netflix to like get my credit card number, then they use my credit card number to like get my gamer tag. It's this whole thing. On my Netflix account, I have a fake first name, a fake last name, and a fake address to go along with my like username and password. Because what would happen is they wouldn't know my password, but they'd call up for help, knowing all these other things like where I live and who my wife is and stuff like that, and convince them that they were me. Now, effectively, my first name's a password, my last name's a password, my address is a password. All my data's faked on these sites. It's pretty hard to pretend you're me because everything about me is fake on Netflix. So I have it like written down so that I can remember all the stuff that I told him.
I like that.
Yeah.
It's terrible that it's come to that.
I-
Jesus, you would think you were a dictator or like some kind of like you would think you were like the leader of the Westboro Baptist Church or something. Somebody to really be vilified and torn down.
Whatevs, dude. Yeah, it's hard to get into. Now I'm challenging him, right? That's not what I'm looking for. But yeah, I fake so much data on the internet because if it's guessable or if it's like retrievable, heck, even if they call support and say that they know my name and address, they'll be like, "That's not the address we have here." It tells me your first name is fucking Huey Lewis.
And the news.
Yes, and your last name is News. Why would that be?
That's
So
weird.
yeah, so that's how I secure my stuff. Everything about me is fake names and addresses.
They're like, "Are you the real Huey Lewis? Like, can you sing me that song from Back to the Future?"
You guys want to wrap the show?
I like the idea.
Oh, go on.
Yeah.
Go on.
I was just gonna say I like the idea that we had earlier about PKA plays with getting someone who's really good at a certain thing, but playing something that's not their skill set at
Kicking their
all.
ass at something else.
Exactly.
Not maybe that's the challenge, to see if this guy who normally plays like a first-person shooter on the console can come over to something that's completely different, which is a turn-based strategy game on the PC.
Yes. I like that idea a lot. I was gonna say, so, dude, PKA is turning into a fun thing. I like the PKA adventures. I like PKA plays. I like, of course, the podcast. We're branching out. It's gonna be cool stuff.
Yeah, gonna do some fun things. And Lefty's got that big intro coming up pretty soon. He's got
We heard Lefty's. Next week is me.
Oh, that's
right?
you. So the thing with that was I didn't realize it was going to be reoccurring, but then like after Woody did his, so I went first, then Lefty, then Woody, and then Woody types into Skype like 2 days later. I don't look forward. I'm glad I'm done with that for 3 weeks. Don't have to come up with anything for a while, and I'm just like, shit. What? I got to come up with something? I really struggled all week. Like I spent 4 days of like at night I would be laying in bed thinking like, what am I gonna do? What can I do? What can I do? And I'm thinking of all the things that I could do. And I thought of making a video intro that would be played. I had some ideas surrounding that, but I couldn't come up with exactly what I wanted. I was thinking of a few things, but I just don't have the talents required for like dance numbers and show tunes. So it really it just got to the point where I was like, I got nothing, and that's what you got from me last week. I was like, it's episode 179 because I had nothing.
I'm full of crap. I don't know what I'm gonna do a week from now, but I want to be the guy that didn't have nothing. I know
because it's not like I don't think I can come up in here and like rap it. I don't think I can sing it. I don't think I can say it in a certain way. That can't be the
I think what you're trying to tell our audience is that you followed me and you got served.
I think progressively they got better. I thought the whole idea was the thing I wrote that we'll encompass something that we all do and have a fun little triumphant intro, and then you guys just kept adding more personality and they got better and better, and now I don't know where to go with it, but I think it's in a totally new direction. I think it's something I don't know what it is, but I'm working on it.
Okay. Huh.
Is that the show? PKA 180?
PKA 180.
Good night.
Bye!